Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the new concept that is nothing but dependency injection. So what is the concept of the dependency injection? So in short form, we call it as in DA. So what is the use of this dependency injection? So normally if you try to see, so DA, so dependency injection is a design pattern and a mechanism for creating and delivering some parts of an app to other parts of an app that require them. So this is the definition of this what I can say is dependency injection. So now if you try to see, we need to understand the dependency injection in the Angular. So normally dependency injection or the DA is one of the fundamental concepts in the Angular. So dependency injection is wide into the Angular framework and allows classes with Angular decorators. So whatever the classes we are having with an Angular decorators, such as components, directives, pipes and injectables, whatever it may be, to configure the different dependencies that they needed. So dependencies that they needed. So that is one thing which will do. So in Angular, normally two main roles exist in the dependency injection system. That is dependency consumer, so who uses the dependency, and the dependency provider. So this is one thing. Now, so Angular facilitates the interaction between the dependency consumer and the dependency providers using an abstraction called injector. So in order to have a communication between this consumer and the dependency provider, so it provides an abstraction called as an injector. So that means when a dependency is requested, the injector checks its registry to see if there is an instance already available. If not, it will create a new instance and it will store it in the registry. So that and it will provide it to you. Angular provides an application-wide injector, also called as a root injector, during the application bootstrap process. In most process, you don't need to manually create the injectors, but you should know that there is a layer that connects between the providers and the consumers. So that is one thing. So now, first we will try to understand how we can provide the dependency. So let's say that, for example, here this is our code, right? Let's say that I will create a service. So for creating a service, just you can create a service. Service means nothing but a class. Let's say that I am creating a class that is nothing but logger.service.ts file. So this is just what you can say, it is an export class logger service. So this is a simple class. So now in order to make this class, consider this class logger service, and that needs to act as a dependency in a component. First step what we need to do it is, so we need to, I will try to increase the font size so that you people may be able to understand it clearly. I will make it as a 26. Yeah. So now when I mention this one as an logger service, so in order to have this dependency available in the application wide or act as a dependency in a component means, first of all we need to do the injectable. I told you, right? Injectable acts as an abstraction layer. So this injectable should be imported from the Angular core. That's it. The first step is to add the injectable decorator to show that the class can be injected. The next step is to make it available in the dependency injection by providing it. So a dependency injection can be provided in multiple places. So I will try to show you that multiple places are nothing but which I can say is preferred. At the application root level using provided in. So this is the preferred one. So this is the recommended way of providing the dependency injection in the Angular. And next one is the component level. If you have a requirement, so you can also provide it in the component level. And the next one is the application root level using application config. I will try to show you this one also. So this last one is the ng module that already you know about this one when you are working prior to the Angular 18. So you know about this. When you are having a modules concept means, then we will be using this ng module concept that we will provide it in the providers in the ng module decorator. So these are the four ways in which we can use the dependency injection providing. So first one we will try to see is the application root level. So that is nothing but this is the preferred way. Application root to provide using the provided in keyword. So now providing a service at the application root level using the provided in allows injecting the service into all other classes. Using provided in enables the Angular and JavaScript code optimizers to effectively remove the services that are unused, known as a tree shaking. So now how we can use this one is, so we can provide a service by using provided in root in the injectable decorator. So here we need to provide it something like provided in, and here you need to mention it as a root. Okay, and here you need to provide it as a root. That's it. So now by mentioning this one, when you provide the service at the root level, Angular creates a single shared instance of the logger service and injects it into any class that asks for it. How we can inject this one is I will try to show you. So this is one way how we can provide it. So that is nothing but this is the first way. So now the that logger service will be injected at any level. Next one is that you can provide the service at the component level by using the provider fields of the component director. So for example, let's say that if you want to provide the same thing in a component level, that means so you will not provide this injectable thing. And if you want to inject this one in a component level, means let's say that in the widget.component if you want to provide it means, so we need to use the providers. Okay, so this keyword you need to provide, and here you need to use the logger service. That's it. So that means a shared instance will be created in this component and its child components. So this hero service, in this case the logger service becomes available to all the instances of this component and other components and directives used in the template. So that is nothing but its child components. So that is one thing. So this is way we will be using it. These are all providing only. We are not consuming it still. When you register a provider at the component level, you get a new instance of the service with each new instance of that component. So that means whenever you are creating this component, means for each new instance of the component, you will get a new instance of this logger service. That is, so you will not get a single instance of this logger service. You will get every time a new instance of this logger service. Declaring, note, you need to declaring a service like this causes the logger service be always be included in your application, even if the service is not used. Even if the service is not used, also this logger service will be included in our final bundle. And the third one which you need to know, which you know is the at the application root level using the application config. You can use the providers field of the application config, pass it to the bootstrap application function to provide a service or other injectable at the application level. So here what is this one I am trying to tell you is, so we will be having a main method that is nothing but main.ts. I will try to show you. In the main.ts we will be having a bootstrap application. This is one thing which I want to tell you. And here we will be passing the app component and also application wide configuration also. If you try to open this application configuration, you will be having another event. This is nothing but a providers, and here also you can mention it. How you can mention it is here, so you can keep a comma. Okay, so provide, and here you can give a logger service. So in this way also you can provide the service in the application root level. But here also you need to understand that if this service is unused in the application level, means still this service will be added in the final bundle. So it will not be removed if it is unused. So this is one thing you need to understand. Only if you are provided in root, if you use it in the service level injectable means, then only it will be removed if the service is not used. So and the last one is the ng module based application. So right now we don't have in our Angular 18, I am using all the components as a standalone components only. So I don't have the ng module. So if you try to see my previous Angular videos like Angular 15, 14, which I have used it, there I will be using the module concept, and in that module concept you will be able to see that we will be providing a providers, and in the providers we will provide all things in the module level. So fine. So these are the different ways how you can provide the, or how you can inject the, how you can provide the dependency. Now you are providing a different ways in the dependency. Now how you will consume a dependency. So that is one thing. The most common way to inject a dependency is to declare it in a class constructor. So that means if you go to into a component, anything component or service or anything. So if you want to add this, the most common way is availability in the class constructor. When Angular creates a new instance of a component directory or pipe class, it determines which services or other dependencies for that class needs to be looking at the constructor parameter types. For example, if this widget component needs the logger service, means the constructor can be look like this. So how it will look like is constructor, and here we can use private logger service. So the name whatever you want you can use it, logger service, that's it. And now here I can use it this one. So here this is the private I am using, that's it, finished. Widget component. Another option is to use the inject method. So this is the constructor method. So if you want to inject in the constructor, you can use it. Otherwise if you don't want to use it like this means, then also you can use another way, that is nothing but private logger service is equal to inject. So this should be imported from the Angular core inject, and here you can use the logger service. Logger service, that's it. So now this is also another way how you can inject the service. When Angular discovers that a component depends on the service, it first checks if the injector has any existing instances of that service. So that means this injector has any instances available or not. So if it is available means if the requested service doesn't have it means the injector creates one using the registered provider and adds it to the injector before returning to the service to the Angular. So that is one thing, that is how you will be doing. So this is how you will be providing the dependency and consuming the dependency. So consuming the dependency means using the constructor, that is the preferred one which we will be using it, or otherwise you can also use the inject method. So anyway you can use it, but here the provided in is the one way, and another one is the component level, and another one is the application in the app config, application config level, and another one is the ng module level. Hope you understood about this dependency injection. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see how we can configure the dependency providers. So now I will try to show you. So now here we have seen about the dependency provider, right? How we can inject the dependency from the provider, like services thing, how we have seen it. Like in the widget.component.ts, we can able to inject it using the providers, or otherwise in the constructor you can do it. So not only the classes, we can also inject the values such as boolean, string, date and objects as dependencies also. So Angular provides the necessary APIs to make the dependency configuration flexible. So you can make use of those values available in the DA. So the first one is nothing but what I want to tell is, we will be having something like three types or something like we will be having use class. So I will try to show you. So here let's say that whether we are having any service or not. So we don't have any service, I think. Let's try to create some service, something like ng-gc, or otherwise I will try to create it here only in the services section. I will create a file that is nothing but logger service. Okay, so logger.service.ts file. So this is our logger service. So now, so here in order to make this one, so export class, I will try to make this one font size also little bit bigger, so that you people able to see it very clearly in the mobile also. Fine. So export class logger service, I will be having this logger service, and here in this constructor, not a constructor, let's try to say that log message. Okay, message of type string, and here I will try to do console.log logger service, and here I can do the message. That's it. So now this is our logger service, and here I can do an injectable, that is nothing but so that in this one we can inject the things, and here I will try to do it as provide in of type root. So this one we have seen it. Now fine. Now in the widget component, so here if I want to do it means, so here I can use this one as providers, and here I will try to do it as logger service. Fine. And here if you want to use this one means, so here in the constructor, so here I will be having private logger as logger service, and if you want to call it this dot logger dot log of, so some message I will try to send it. Now if you try to refresh this page, so here we will be able to see logger service hi Leela. So that means the logger service is getting executed. So we have this one is something like an shorthand notation. Okay, so we also have an expanded provider service. So expanded notation configuration also will be having. So this one will be in such a way that, so here I will be trying to do it as in provide logger service, and here we will be using that which class we need to use it as in logger service. That's it. So this is also one and the same one. If you try to see the same output, we will be able to see it. But here we have just used the logger service so that the provide and the use class are one and the same only. So here the provide property holds the token. So here this one will holds the token that serves as the key for consuming the dependency value. So that is the main thing. And here another one which I want to tell is the second property is a provider definition object which tells the injector how to create the dependency value. the provider dependency can be any of this one. So you will be having four types, that is nothing but use class, use existing, use factory, and the last one is the use value. So in this video we will try to learn about this use class. So what is this use class? So this use class, understanding this use class means in Angular dependency injection, use class is a provider configuration option that allows you to replace one dependency with another at runtime. Essentially, it acts as a substitute, creating a new instance of the specified class whenever the original dependency is requested. So for example, let's say that here we are having this logger service and we are using this logger service, right? Let's say I am having another service. Okay, in the same services itself, I will be having a console logger service. Okay, console logger dot service dot ts. Okay, I will be having another console logger and the same code. So just like the logger service only, you will be having the same thing, but here this time this one will be having is console dot logger, console logger. So here this one is console logger. Okay, so this is our another one. So now here in the widget.component it is depending on the situation. So if anybody access this logger service, I want to use the console logger service. So here you can change this one, console logger service. That's it. Now if you try to refresh this page, so now here the method it is executing is the console logger service. So that means whenever you are having an environment means, so depending on the environment, so if you are having is production or production, so we will be having this environment, right? Environment dot production, like that. So we can inject that production here depending on the production mode. So you can use this one, console dot logger dot service. So I don't want to do this one. So now here in the real time, how we will be using this one is, for example, let's say that, so we are having two types of services, that is nothing but here I will be changing this one, file logger. Okay, so I am having two types of logger, file logger and also console logger. So here this one is a file logger, this one is a file logger, and this one is file logger. Okay, and let's go to the widget.component, and this one is file logger. Okay, now here this logger service doesn't have. So now both the things represent the same thing only, but one thing will log it in the console and another one will try to log it in the file. So here for this one, what I will try to do, I will try to create a logger.ts interface. So export interface logger. So your wish. So however you want to use it, you can use it, or otherwise let's try to remove this interface. We'll try to create it afterwards. So now what I want to do it is, so here we are having this one, right? So whatever the service you want, you can do it. So here I can say that, let's say that console logger service. Okay, and you can use this console logger service, and if you try to refresh this page, so you will be able to see the output console logger. And if I want to use this one as file logger means, I can directly use this file logger. Okay, so this console logger service, I need to use it here, directly it will work. Now if you try to see here, this is not a console, but it will try to log it from the file login. But here this one notation is looking somewhat odd, right? So in this situation, what you can do it is, you can create an interface, export interface logger, and you can have a method, okay, implementation, so which is of type void, and I can keep it like this, sorry. Okay, so this is the interface, and both the one implements the logger. Okay, it should be imported, and here also it will implements the logger, sorry, not location, logger. Okay, so now here this one is fine. Let's go to the widget, and here I will try to locate the logger. Okay, and this logger we will not get it. Why? Because we need to create an injection token. So why? Because so here the provide should be a token, unique token you should have. That should be either a concrete class or a token you need to have. So let's try to create a unique token. So that is nothing but constant logger underscore token is equal to new injection token. I will try to create it from injection token of logger. I can import this logger and I can use the logger. That's it. Now this logger underscore token, I can use it here. So fine. And now here instead of injecting this one, so what I need to do it is, so here I need to do @inject of the logger. Okay, we need to inject the logger. sorry, logger underscore token, sorry, logger underscore token. So now this logger console.log service. Okay, so this should be something like logger. Here I need to use the logger. Now directly I can use the logger. Now here the logger depends on the logger token which you are trying to send it. Either it is a file logger service or a console logger service. If you try to see here, this time we are able to get file logger, and if I try to change this one as a console logger, now if you try to see here the loading symbol, then it is coming from the console logger. So this is how you will be, the use class dependency injection will be working. So if you want to alias this one means, so you can do it, whatever the alias you want to do it, you can use it. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will learn about the another type of dependency, the option available in the Angular 18, that is nothing but use factory. So we have learned about this use class, right? So now we will try to learn about this use factory. So use factory, what I want to tell you is, it is a powerful provider function that allows you to dynamically create instances of services or tokens within your Angular application. So that means what if you want, whenever you want to use this use factory, then what you need to do it is, so you need to provide a function. So why we will be providing this function, I will try to explain you. For example, let's say that here this is our console logger service, right? And for this console logger service, and we are using the use class file logger service. So what does this use class will do? So it will provide you the instance of a particular service, whatever the instance you want to refer to this console logger service whenever you are trying to use this component. So that service instance will be provided to this one. So in this scenario, if you are trying to use this console logger service, that is nothing but a token, and here we are using and we are getting an data that is nothing but file logger. Okay, so now what I want to tell you is, so here let's try to, I will try to explain you. So now here, so if you try to use the console logger service, let's say that if you try to use the console logger service, now we will be getting an output that is nothing but console logger. The output will be coming from the console logger. So this statement, it is nothing but one and the same of providing something like console logger service. So this one and this one is one and the same only. If I try to comment out this one, then also I will be able to get the console logger service. Fine. And if I try to provide this and if I try to comment out and if I try to make it available, then also you'll be able to see this one. But here what the use class will do, so if you want to provide other than console logger service, any other service instance if you want to provide it means, then we will use the file logger service or anything, so that the console logger service have an instance of the file logger service. Fine. So here we are having a situation in a such a way that based, let's say that you have a condition or situation that depending on the condition or some logic or something logic you want to implement it, depending on that logic the instance needs to be provided. So then we will be using the use factory. So here if you try to use this use factory, let's try to, I will try to show you. If you try to check the providers, so this one has the array of provider. These providers will take an array of provider, and in this provider if you try to check it, it will take an class provider, that is nothing but the use class, and also the factory provider. So what is this factory provider? And if you try to check the type of this one, and it will have a provide as usual, that is nothing but a token, typically an instance of a type or injection token, but can be NB. So this one, and here the multi thing, leave it, and here we are having the factory sans provider, and in this one we are using an use factory, and this use factory requires a function. So that means we need to provide a function. So this one will take a function, and if you have any dependence or anything means you can provide an array of dependencies. So this one will try to check it. So here this takes a function. So let's try to go to here. So that means, so here what you need to do it is, so that means use factory takes a function. Okay, so I will provide a function here, and what I will try to do, I will return the new console logger service. That's it. So now we are providing, okay, there is no need to return this one. So now here we are providing the console logger service, and now we are able to see the same output. So that means using this one and using this one is one and the same only. So here if I try to comment out this one, then also I will be able to get the same output. Okay, so then where this use factor will be very much useful for us. So this is very much useful for us when you are having a condition. For example, let's say that you are having some service, okay, test.service.ts. so this is a service file, and this service file will have some conditions. So export class test service, I am having some test service, and this one will be @injectable. Let's import this injectable. It is not coming. Injectable, it should be imported from Angular core. Yeah, and here I will be having provided in of root. So now we are having a test service. Let's say that I am having some variable public status. I will have a status and I will make it as a true. Let's assume. So you can have a method or anything. So just I am taking one variable. It is having a status. Fine. So now here what I want to do it is, so here let's try to remove this one. Let's try to comment out this one. So based on that status, so if the status is true means then I need to load the console logger service. If the status is false means then I need to load the file logger service. So that means, so whenever you are dependent on any service, so you need to provide it as an argument. So okay, test service of type test service. So we are providing, we are sending this one as an argument, and now here you can write in such a way that test service dot status, if it is there means then you need to load the console logger service, or otherwise you need to load the file logger service. That's it, finish. So now if you try to check here, so we are getting an error that cannot read properties of undefined reading status. So that means this test service dot status, it cannot able to return it, understand it. So why it is happening this one is, so this test service is a service, so that means we need to inject the instance of this test service into this factory thing. So for this reason what we can do, so then comes the dependencies thing. So whenever you are trying to inject this one, so here you can inject the test service. That's it. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see now we are able to see the console logger service based on the status here. So if I try to make it as a false, then you will be able to see that this one is returning in file logger service. So depending on the status or depending on some other logic, so we are able to determine which service needs to be injected. So if you want, you can also take this entire thing, okay, and here you can use another file, something like logger.factory.ts file, and in this logger.factory.ts file, so here you can use export constant logger factory. Okay, so which one you want to do it, so you can inject the console logger service, and test service we can inject it, and here also you can inject the file logger service also. That's it. So now logger factory is there. So now directly you can use this logger factory here. Directly you can use this logger factory and you can inject this one. That's it. Now if you try to see the output, then also you'll be able to see the file logger service. So now here this is the logger factory, and you can have some simple logic, whatever the logic you want you can do it. If you want to have it this entire thing means, so you can also provide it in a separate thing. So here constant logger function is equal to, you can use it like this, and you can directly use this logger function here directly. Like this also you can use it without any problem. Now then also you will be able to see the output. So this function can be any function, but it needs to return a service or a token. So that this service or a token you can able to use it in the providers. So this is the main usage of this logger factory, use factory. So what we will be trying to do, so this factory gives you a service or a token, service instance of this service or token within your Angular application. So if you want to return a service or instance of a service or a token means, so depending on the conditions, so whatever the conditions you are having, whatever the logic you are having, if you want to perform some particular logic and you want to send the particular instance of that service means, then you can use this use factory dependency injection pattern, so that you can able to get this correct instance of the service to the component. So hope you understood about this concept of this use factory. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will try to see other dependency injection concepts, that is nothing but use value and also the use existing. So we have seen that two different types, like use class, use factory also we have seen it. There are also other two varieties also, that is nothing but use existing and the use value. So let's try to see why we use these dependency injection concepts like use class, use existing, use value, and also the use factory also. I will try to show all the four in this one, but I will focus on the use existing and also the use value. So first let's try to see about the use class, which we have already seen the full implementation of that one. So normally why we use this use class thing? So first of all, I understand that Angular dependency injection system, it is a powerful feature that allows developers to manage dependencies and promote modularity within the application. So now in this one we will try to see, now in this video we are trying to see the different essential techniques for the dependency injection, like use class, use existing, use value, and also the use factory. So if you understand these things and master these techniques, you can revolutionize how dependencies are managed in your Angular projects. So that is one thing. First one is use class. I already told you that how the use class will be working. So first of all, Angular's use class configuration in dependency injection is like a substitute teacher. When a component asks for a service, use class steps in and provides a different service instead of the original one. It's like having a stand-in ready to take over, creating an instance of the replacement service wherever it is needed. For example, let's say that we are having two services, let's assume. So in the services, I will create one, that is nothing but main.service.ts file. I will create this one, export class main service. Okay, so this is our main service, and this spelling, the extension, it is wrong. Let's try to make it as an .ts. Sorry, .ts. Fine. And this should be injected at the rate injectable, and this should be imported from the Angular. So let's try to inject it. So we need to inject this one, injectable, yeah, and it should be provided in, and here I will be writing the root. Okay, fine. So now, so this is our main service, and what I will try to do it is, and I will try to create another one also, that is nothing but experiment service. So just experiment.service.ts file, and export class experiment service, and here let's import this one at the rate injectable, and here provided in root. That's it. So let's assume that we are having two services. I don't want to implement the methods, just I will try to show you. So we are having the two what I want to tell you is two services. Let's say that, let's go to widget.component.ts only. I will remove these all directives and providers also. Normally, so what you will try to do here, so we will try to inject the, or otherwise we will try to what I want to tell is, so for example, if you want to main service, if you want to get the main service, so instead of having this constructor and all those things, I will directly use the inject thing. So here main service is equal to inject of main service. Okay, and here I will try to have the experiment service, like yes, inject of experiment service. So those are provided at the root level, so you will be having this experiment service. Now if you try to check console.log this.es is equal to this.ms. okay, so if you try to check here, so now both the instances are same or not. If you try to check here, as usual, you know that both the services are different, both the class are different. We are able to see that one is ms. So now here if I try to check console.log this.es, and here if I try to check ms, so main service and ms, main service and experiment service instances, if you want to check it, the instances, first one is coming from the experiment service and the second one is coming from the main service. So both are different, so that's why we got it as a false. So now, so fine. So you have been mentioned in the providers. Why? Because so those are already added in the root. If you want to mention it, you can mention it. That's not a problem. Main service and also the experiment service. So now if you mention this one also, not a problem. So you will be able to see that one is a false and the same output you will be able to get it. Now what I want to do it is, so for example, let's say that, so now I want to make this main service to have the experiment service instance, not the main service instance. So for that one, what we'll try to do, so here I can do provide for the main service. Whoever wants to access the main service, they need to use the instance that is nothing but experiment service. That's it. So now if you try to see here, both of them are coming from the experiment service. So both the ES main service and the MS service, both are experiment service instance only. But if you try to check here, if the experiment service and the MS service main service instances are equal or not, means then it's those both are not equal. So that means when you try to see this use class, so if you want to use the replacement service, then if you try to see, so two services, main service and experiment service in the component metadata, so we are using the providers array as shown in this code. So when you run the code in the constructor, so console.log the comparison of the services and the value of main service. So now here both the instances are not the same and the value of the main service changes to the experiment service. It is a replacement of the instance. So this feature is useful when you don't want to change existing code but need to switch the service instead. So here it will be useful. So now for example, so now here we are having the main service. Okay, we are having experiment service instance and I want to use the same instance for this main service also, means then you need to use the use existing. Okay, sorry, use existing. So now what it will try to do, instead of creating a new experiment service instance, now you are getting it as a true. So that means both these instances are one and the same only. Now the main service is pointing to the experiment service instance only and the service and the same instance you are having in the ES. So this is mostly similar to the use class only, but just slightly different in terms of how instances are created when injected into a component. That is one thing. This time if you try to see, both the instances are the same, are one and the same, and the main service points to the experiment service. So the main service is pointing to the experiment service and both the instances are one and the same only. So this is one thing which you need to understand. So use existing, when we will try to use it, so if you want to use this, if you want to have the same instance for the service, means then we will be using this use existing. So we also have another one that is nothing but use value. So this use value, when we will be using this use value is, it is used to supply or utilize to supply the primitive values or any object value directly as the dependencies. This is particularly useful since Angular dependency injection does not permit usage of plain objects without the injectable decorator. So let's I will try to show you. Here for example, let's say that here we are having use value. Okay, so you can directly use the use value and instead of servicing this one, so I can have something like, I can directly do it like this. Now if you try to check the output for this one, see here you will be able to see directly the outputs for the, now the main service is directly an object. So in this way you can use it. Unlike use class and use existing, use value does not involve creating instances of the services. Instead it provides directly any value to the service instance regardless of its type. So for example, let's say that if you want to have it injector token, means logger underscore token like this, so you can provide logger underscore token and you can use it like this, and here you can inject this logger underscore token and directly you can use the value, same value it will be happening. So you need to provide a token and you can use it like this. So this is how you will be using the use value, and the use existing I have shown you, and the use class is also this one. So these are the main dependency techniques. So you know about the use factory also. I have made a dedicated video in the previous video. So we have made it dedicated for that one. So you can see that video for more clarity. So this is all about the use existing and also the use value. Hope you understood. You may have a clear understanding about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the injection context in the Angular 18. In Angular, the injection context defines the scope with which dependencies can be injected into the component, services or other injectable classes. It determines the availability of providers and the resolution of dependencies during the creation of an injectable object. So in simple thing, what I want to tell you is the dependency injection system. So whatever the dependency injection system which we have seen it up to now, relies internally in a runtime context. So that means whenever you want to inject any service or anything into a class or anything, so that injectable services should be done internally in a runtime context. So in which in that runtime context only the current injector will be available. So this means that injectors can only work when code is executed in a runtime context. So that means whenever you want to inject a service or any class or anything, if you want to inject a service into another component or any class, then you need to understand that the inject will be working only in a runtime context. So that means in that runtime context only you can able to inject the service or anything. So this injection context, in which situations it will be available, just I want to show you. For example, let's say that let's go to the example. So I will go into here and I will remove this entire thing and I will use only the app-widget so that it will be clear for us. And let's go to the widget.component.ts also, and I will remove this all host directives so that you will be able to see this is the widget works. Now the first one is, so here this is an component. Okay, so during construction means whenever you are trying to initialize the constructor of an injectable classes or a component, so whichever the classes you will be having @component or @injectable like that. So in the constructor, the runtime context, which I am trying to tell you, right, the runtime context will be available. So in this constructor you will be able to inject the what I want to tell you is the classes, the services or anything, you can able to inject it. So this is one place where you can inject the services. This is as usual, you all people know about this one. In the constructor we can inject the services. So this is the place where in the component or any class, the constructor you will be having the injection thing. And we have also another concept, that is nothing but for example, let's say that instead of injecting this one, so in Angular we have another thing, like for the field also you can initialize for in this classes. So like this, for example, let's say that logger is equal to inject. So you can have a keyword that is nothing but inject the method, and inject you can have a console logger service, and here directly you can able to see the same output. So now we are able to see the same output for this one. So in this way also you can able to inject it. Not only like this, so you can also go here and here you can implement it. This dot logger is equal to, you can also use it like this, and here this logger of console logger service. So this also works without any problem. Now if you try to see, then also you will be able to see the output. So that means you need to understand that in the constructor also the console logger. So for example, what I want to tell is, in the constructor also the injection context will be working. So that is the main thing which I want to explain to you. So in the constructor of the class, so the the runtime context will be available, so that you can use in the constructor directly as a properties, you can inject the services, or otherwise you can inject the you can inject the service using the inject method also. So this is one thing which you need to understand. So now this is the injection context. This is called as an injection context. So in Angular, not only here, we have also in other places where we can inject the services. So in the injection context will be available in other services also. So in which places this injection context will be available is, so another one is a factory function. So whenever you are trying to create a factory function, in that factory function also, so the injection context will be available. For example, let's say that we are having a logger factory. Okay, so let's try to create a logger factory. I will try to explain you one by one. So logger.factory.ts file. So in this logger.factory.ts file, let's say that logger.factory.ts file, so actually it is available, so I think so it has been mixed. So let's say I will be using export constant logger factory is equal to, so here I can use the provide, I can use a console logger service. Okay, let's import this console logger service. Okay, and I want to use a factory logger function. So I am using a something like logger function, which we will be introducing this one. So that's it. Now here I will be having constant logger function is equal to, it is a function, and here so we need to have a test service. So that test service, so we are having another service that is nothing but a test service. In this one we are having a status. So using this status I need to load, if it is true means I need to load a console logger service, or otherwise if it is not true means then I need to inject in another service, that is nothing but file logger service. Okay, let's go here. So for this one what we need to do, we need to use the dependencies here. So I will be sending the test service. So fine, and here we need to capture it, test service, test service of type test service. Okay, and now here what I can do, logger function test service. So return test service dot status is there means then you can able to send new console logger service. Okay, or otherwise you can send new file logger service. That's it. So this is our code, and now we need to inject this logger factory into here. So here I can use the providers, and here I can use logger factory I can provide it. Now where we can inject this one, so here directly I can inject the private logger, it is of type console logger service. Let's assume it. So here I will try to remove this one, and here also I will remove this one. Let's see whether we can able to get it or not. Now if you try to see the output, see now we are able to see that console logger service has been printed. So how we are able to get this one? So because of this console logger service which we have did it. So for example, let's say that here I want to inject this one. Okay, so here instead of using this one, let's say that I will be using something like constant console logger is equal to inject. I can use an inject. So here also the inject will work. So why? Because the injection context will be available here also. Constant file logger is equal to inject of file logger service. So now instead of sending this one, I can directly send this console logger, and here I can send this file logger. Okay, so now we are able to get it. Now we are getting an error that you are having a circular dependency. Why? Because so here we are using this console logger, and return again this widget.component is using a console logger. So this creates an circular dependency. Why? Because this component is using this console logger, in return this logger factory is again consuming the logger service. So that means it's created a circular dependency. So that means dependency is depending on the same dependency, like this it is having. Instead of this one providing like this, what we can do it is, so here we can create an injection token, export constant logger underscore token. Okay, we can create it like this, and here you can create a new injection token of, and this is of type logger. Okay, which we have created already interface for this one, and I will give a name for this one, logger. That's it. So now, so this logger, okay, I don't know, yeah, logger, and this logger token, instead of having here, I will use this logger token here, and in our widget.component.tsl, see now we are able to see the same output right now. So now we are able to observe the same output. Now here if I try to make this test service.false, whether we can able to see the output or not, let's try to see. So now I will try, I have made it, so still we are able to see the console logger. Why? Because so here we have directly given the console logger service. We should not provide it like this, we should provide it as a logger. Okay, now let's see. So this one is an implement, what I can say is this one is an interface. So here we need to inject, okay, inject the logger underscore token, and here I can use the private like this. Now let's try to see the output for this one. Let's try to refresh this page. So hopefully now here we are able to see the console logger service, this dot logger. And now if I try to make this one as false, okay, so this one I am making this one as false. And now if I go here logger factory, and here also dependency logger function is there, and here we are taking the logger, if status service dot status is there, here we are taking it, and now it must be standalone pipes. Okay, so now still we are able to get this one. So what it is telling, must be standalone widget component 26.4. okay, let's try to check it here again. So we don't have 26.4. so this dot logger dot log, Okay, so now what I will try to do is, instead of using this dependency, and here also instead of using this dependency, so here I can do constant test service is equal to inject. Why? Because the injection context is available here also, so I will use the test service. So now let's try to see the output for this one. Return test service is console logger, and this one is also returning console.logger. And if I try to check here, the output console.logger is there, and here if I check this logger is there provided. Oh, sorry, here we are having another logger token. Because of that one, so it is creating an issue. Okay, fine. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so this time if I refresh this page, now here we are able to see a console logger. Again we are able to see a console.logger, logger token, private logger of logger. Okay, and here also we are having a logger token. Fine. Now it is working. So I have rerun this ngserve. So now file logger it is coming. So if I try to make this one as a true, then what will happen? So now this time if you try to make it as a true, so here this time instead of getting, we are getting console logger service. So now the logger factory, what we have did, so we are able to inject this one, the injection context, the runtime context, it will be able to work in the factory service also. So whenever you are trying to use the factory, then also the inject will work. This is the concept which I want to try to explain you. So that means now we have learned about 3 places where we can, the injection context or the runtime context will be working. One is in the constructor, or otherwise you can also use it in the inject, like an injecting in the component also you can use it here in the constructor itself inside. So in the, for the properties also you can implement directly, and the another one is in the factory function. Okay, so whenever you are trying to inject using the factory function, then also you can able to use this injection context. So the another place where we can use it is the nothing but this factory service provider also we can use it, and another one is in the stack frame of a context. I will try to explain you those two concepts in the next video. Hope you understood about this injection context. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see another place where the injection context will work. So that is nothing but the can activate, can deactivate, these type of routing guards will be there, right? So in that one also the injection context will work. I will try to show you a simple example so that you can able to understand it. So when we try to learn about the routing concept and all those things, we can learn about this injection further more depth about this routing guards and all those things. Just I will try to show you a simple example in this video. Let's observe that video so that you can able to understand it. So normally what I am trying to do it is, so now I will design a simple route, app.routes.ts, and here I will be designing a simple route. There is nothing but path. So anybody who tries to log in with the team with an ID, and here I will be having a component. We'll try to create a component. By the time I will create a component here, so here I am creating a component, team component. Let it create, and here I will be using the component. Okay, so here I will be using the team component. That's it. So this is our team thing. Let it create. And by the time what I will try to do it is, I will create a new service that is nothing but a permission service. So I will be having a new service that is nothing but permission dot service dot ts file. So here this one will be an export class permission service. So this is our simple service, and this should be, and here I will be having an, let's say that can activate. So don't think that this is a can activate, just it's a can activate. Can activate means so is team present, something like this. Okay, and here this will take an user token. So whatever made with the token and of its type of any, and here I will try to send a team ID of type string, and this returns an observable. So it returns an observable of boolean. That's it. So here this observable, it should be imported. That's it. So now in order to return this one, so what I will try to do here, we can have a token. So let's say that user token, export constant user token is equal to, so this is our user token. Okay, so which I can use it there. So the user token, so what is that user token? It will have something like, so you can have another service also, this one, permissions. Okay, permissions, and let's say that I will be having a team 1 and team 2. Let's say that these are the permissions which I will be having, team 2. So these are the teams we are having, and this token we are having it. And let's try to check that. So here, so constant has permission, I will take one variable has permission, and here I will try to take user token is there, and also ampersand user token dot permissions. Okay, permissions dot includes I can check something like team colon, and here I can take a team ID. Now I need to return the observable for this one, return off, so which is an RxJS, and here I will try to check I will send the has permission. That's it. So now finish. So this is our class permission service. Now what I want to do, I want to use this permission service in an canActivate function. So here for this one, what I will do it is, I will create a new function that is nothing but canActivate team. So here in the service itself, I will use new one that is nothing but canActivate team.ts file. Okay, and here in our app.root.ts file, so here I will be using canActivate function, and here I can use same like this only, right? So in the routes we can use it canActivate, and here I can use a canActivate team. So we don't have this one, so let's try to create it. Export constant canActivate team, and which is of type canActivate function. So don't bother about this one. So I will try to explain you these all the things in our upcoming video, and in routing when we are trying to learn, I will try to explain it. So this is our activate thing, and here this is a function. Okay, previously in Angular we can also mention it using the class also, so implements this canActivate, something like that. So here what it will try to do is, first it will try to take a route. Okay, route I will be having route state snapshot, something like this. Okay, so not router state snapshot, activated route snapshot. Route means activated route snapshot, and the last one you will be having is the state. Okay, the state, and here router state snapshot you will be having, router state snapshot. That's it. You can also have a router also, not a problem. And here first what I will try to do is, I will inject the service. So constant permission service is equal to, so here I can use the inject thing. So in our activate function also we can use the inject permission service. That's it. So I have injected this one, and I can return permission service dot is team present, and here we can pass the user token which we have seen it, and here I need to pass the team ID. Team ID is nothing but the route ID. So here I can check route dot params, not params, params of ID. I can use params dot of ID. That's it. So this params dot ID is nothing but in the app.root which we have used it, colon ID, the same thing we are using, and here I can use canActivate team. That's it. So this team component also I can inject it. So team component. So that's it. Now we are activating this one. So now here when I am trying to use, so here if I try to use it like this, it will work. And let's go to the router outlet, sorry, app.component.html. In order to make it work, what we need to use, so here we need to use the router outlet. That's it. So now if I write in such a way that, cancel this one, yeah, here slash team slash 34, if I try to use it 34, so it will go back to the, so permission service. So it is telling some error. So let's try to, no provider for the permission service. So let's try to go to permission service. Okay, fine. So here we need to mention this one as injectable. Why? Because so this is a service, right? And we need to provide it in the root. Okay, then only we can able to inject the service. That's it. Now if I try to mention slash team slash 34, something like this, then you will be able to get to the home page. But when I try to use slash team slash 1, then you will be in the team component. See, the team works, you will be able to see it. Why it is happening? So the canActivate is able to work. Why? Because this can activate team. So why I am trying to write here, it is able to inject the permission service, and even whenever I am trying to inject the permission service, and in this permission service I am executing a method that is nothing but is team present, and this one has to return an observable. So that one, that is also observable of boolean, and here is team present is there, then it will take the user token or route.params, and I am sending the params of id, whatever the param id we are having, I am trying to send it, and the user token is nothing but whatever the people it is present. So now here if I am trying to check that if the team/1 means team colon 1 is present or not, I am trying to check it, then I am returning true. If it returns true means then you can able to enter into this particular URL. If it is not true means then you cannot able to enter into that particular URL. So this is what I want to explain you, that we can also use it in a stack frame, something like can activate, these all route guards also. You can able to have the runtime context, that is nothing but the injection context, so that you can use the dependency injection, whatever the injection services, whatever the services you want to inject in this one, you can able to inject it in this Angular. So this is all about this can activate thing, how we can inject the services. This is the place where we can use the dependency injection. So in the injection context will work in order to inject the services. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the injection context. So in the previous video we have seen about the activation route and all those things, also how the injection route will be working. So now in this video what we will try to do it is, we will try to see in which other scenarios also injection context will be working. We know that in the constructor also the runtime context, there is nothing but the injection context will be working, so that you can inject the services and all those things. So for example, let's say that here let's try to close these all the things, and I will clear off this code also. Let's try to see some other thing. For example, let's say that I am having a widget.component.ts file, okay, and let's assume that, so whenever you are creating a token, okay, injection token, so in that injection token also you will be able to get the dependency injection service. So what is the use of this one? So let's try to see. For example, let's say that here I will be creating a new services. I will be creating a new service, that is nothing but my service.ts file, okay, and here export class my service, okay. So this is our my service, and here I will be creating @injectable and provide it in root or anything. So if you want, you can provide it in root, okay. So now this is the injectable. Now here, for example, this is our right. So now here I will be having an id is equal to math.random. Let's assume. So this one will create a math.random, and here I will be having a method that is nothing but get id. So in this get id method, if you try to open, so get id method. So in this id, I will try to console.log this.id. That's it. So this is our code. Export class my service. Okay, we need to remove this one. Yeah. So this is our service. Fine. Let's go to widget.component.ts file. So now if I want to inject this services, the common method which you people will be knowing about this one is, so here I can use private my service, okay, of type my service. That's it. So now here I will try okay, and here if I try to get something like get id, this dot my service dot get id, okay. Now here you will be able to see the same output. Fine. Now if I want to inject the same thing with another name means, so we cannot do it like this. So for example, let's say that, so we cannot do it like this. So instead of that one, so we can create an injection token. So now here constant my service token is equal to new injection token of, and this one will return the my service, okay. And here, so what I can do it is, so here I will try to do my service, okay. So now this service token, so here in this provider I can have a something like providers provide, I can do so my service token, and this one will take such a way that use existing of my service. That's it. So now this my service token, or otherwise instead of providing this one also, you can inject it directly. So here I can do private, here you can use the inject of my service, my service token. Okay, and here we will be able to inject this one, right? So private service 2 of type my service. Okay, my service, this one returns my service, right? So this one. So now if I try to get the service 2 also, service2.id, so here I will be able to get the same thing only. So why? Because so as that one is provided in the route, and if you try to use the use class anything, if I try to use the use class also, then also you will be able to get this. Now we are able to get the different thing. Why? Because so now here I am trying to tell it should create a new service. Okay, so now here I am trying to tell in such a way that, so here I am trying to inject this service to, and here I am using use class. So that means it will create a new injection token here. So it will create a new instance of the service. If I want to use the same service of this my service means, then what do you need to do? You need to use the use existing. So here you will be able to see the same ID you will be able to give. That means the same instance we are using. But if I try to use the use class, then I will be able to see the token will be different for this one. So that means we are having a another new token. Okay, so instead of having like this also, so what we can, so not instead of having this one, so now what you can able to do it is, so here we have used it like this, right? So now what you can able to do it, right? So this is all the thing which we have did it. Now in the injection token also, you will be able to define the service injection also. So you will be able to, you can able to inject the service injection also. How I can do it is, so here I am giving this my service, and what type of instance I want to return it. So that one you can provide it in the options here. So you can use a factory. Okay, and here I can send in such a way that return new my service. That's it, right? So now if I try to return new my service, so that means here I am returning a new instance. So here the same thing, if I try to use the inject token here, so here @inject, okay, and here I am using my service token, and here I will try to return the private, okay, private service 2 of type my service. Okay, we are returning the my service only. So now here the same thing, if I try to use it, so this time also I will be able to get a different thing. You will be able to get a different thing. Why? Because here we are returning a new service. But if I want to use the same thing means, what I can do it is, here I can use the inject of my service. So that means here I am able to inject the, I can use the injection context here. So that means in the factory the injection context will be working. Now if I try to use the same service, now you will be able to see the same instance has been returned. So that means if you are trying to use the inject means, so I can able to use the inject so that the same instance can be returned in this service token. So that means in the injection token also we can able to inject the services, whatever the thing you want to. For example, let's say that this my service token is having some dependency on other resources. Where we will be using most often is, for example, if you want to return a new injection to a new instance for this one. So this one is dependent on some private console logger. Let's assume, so this is dependent on some other service, console logger service. Let's assume, sorry, console logger service. This one is dependent on console logger service. Now in widget.component.ts, if I try to inject the same thing, so for example, let's say, oh, what is happening here? Yeah, so here instead of depending this one, so what I can do, return new my service. So we in the previous we are trying to return it like this, right? So now this one returned an error. Why? Because this my service is, it needs a constructor or it needs an argument console logger. So now you cannot provide, so if console logger depends on something like that, you cannot provide these all things, right? So you can divide, you can use the inject of console logger service. So you can use it directly like this. Oh, where I have used it, yeah. So console logger service. So now here if I try to execute the same thing, so now you will be able to see the different instance of the service has been written. Why? Because this match.id is both are not equal. Now if you inject, so there is no need to inject of this one. So if you try to inject means automatically it will check all those things. So whichever the dependencies it is required for this my service, it will take all those things and the same instance will be provided. So that is about the injection token which you need to understand. So here in this injection token, what I want to tell is the runtime context or the dependency injection, the management of this dependency injection. So what type of instance you want to provide it and all those things can be able, we can use it in the injection token. What I am trying to tell you is the injection context also will be working in the injection token, not only in the factory provider, in the injection token provider also you can able to do it, and in the constructor you will be able to do it, in activate guards you can able to do it. These are the different places where you can able to do this injection token thing. This is what I want to explain you. Hope you understood about these concepts. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will learn about the dependency injection context outside of the context. So if we want to inject any services or anything outside of the context, how we can inject the service? Let's try to see. As I already told you, the injection context or the injection thing which it will working is it will be working in the constructor, or otherwise you can use it as a property field here directly using the inject keyword, or otherwise you can use it in the factory provider like logger factory. You will be able to see here you can use the inject, or otherwise you can use it in the injection token. So when you are creating the injection token, you can create a factory here as an option and you can inject the services. And the last one but not the least is in the activate routing guards. So these all the places the runtime context will be available so that you can inject the dependency or you can manage the dependency injection services in the Angular. So the different ways you can use it and you can manage the injecting of the services. So this is one thing. And another thing which I want to tell you is, for example, let's say that in any code, for example, let's say that in this is our widget component, right? And let me go to the widget.component.html. I will be present in the widget.component.html. Okay. So here, let's say that I am having one button. Okay. And here I will be having click here or something like this. And upon clicking on this one, so what I will try to do it is, so here upon clicking on this one, so get data or anything, whatever the method. So we will be having one method. Let's go to the widget component.ts file, and here I will be using get data. Okay, I will do the console.log of get data file. So just I am using it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so if I click on here, I will be able to see get data file. So that means the method is getting file. Now what I want to do it is, for example, let's say that here in this scenario or anything, I want to inject a service and I want to run the what I want to tell you is I want to inject, I want to manage the dependencies here. So that means I want to use something like, if you try to see here, we are having console.logger service, right? So here you can use something like console logger service. Okay, I want to use the console logger service dot, say that new, I will be creating a new console dot logger service dot log method. Here console logger service dot log method, and here I can use it something like this. Now you here, if you try to see get data, and if I click on this get data, so here I am able to get a console logger service. So fine. So this one is a simple service file. Okay, so which we can, if a simple class file, I am creating the instance for this one and I am able to inject it. For example, let's say that this is having some constructor and which is able, and it is having constructor and it is dependent on some data. Okay, some other service, and that service is dependent on the service like this. Means I need to provide all the dependency services here. But instead of that one, so we know that in our Angular we have a method in such a way that, so you can have console logger is equal to, so we can use the inject. Okay, I can use this inject of console logger service, and here I can use console logger service dot log method. Okay, and here I can use some data. So now this is one thing where we can use the injecting, and I can directly use this inject wherever I want it, and now this will inject the console.logger instances into this console.logger property, and this variable I can use it wherever I want it. Now if I try to see the output, so now without any problem we are not getting any errors, so everything is fine. But when I try to click on this button, if you try to see here, now we are getting an error that is telling that inject must be called from an injection context such as constructor, factory function, a field initializer, or a function used with run in injection context. So that means, so we need to use this inject method, which we have learned it in our earlier videos. Like this inject method should be called in a constructor, yes, a factory function, which we have seen it, and also a field initializer. So that is nothing but whenever we are trying to initialize a property, so there, or a function used with run in injection context. So that means, so you need to explicitly run in injection context method, so that there you can inject the services wherever you want it. So here if I try to click on this button, so now the inject will not work. So that means the service will not be injected outside of the runtime context. So outside of this injection context, the inject method will not work. So how can I make this one work? So for this reason, what I need to do is, so here we need to use the run in injection context. So this takes two parameters. So one argument is the injector, and the another one is a callback function. In this callback function, you can able to inject whatever you want. So here this injector, so here you can create a method constant injector injector is equal to inject. We need to inject of injector, and this should be imported from the injector Angular core. So this injector should be imported from the Angular core. So here somewhere injector will be imported from the Angular core. Now this injector automatically, what I can is this injector I need to pass it here. So here I need to use the this dot injector, okay, and you will be having a callback method. So in this callback method, and this entire should be moved into this callback method. That's it. So now we are exclusively creating an injection context, and in this injection context, in the callback function, we are executing the logic whatever we wanted. Now if you try to see the output for this one, now let me remove this one, and if I click here, now you will be able to see the console logger service has been injected successfully, and we are able to execute the method. Okay, so this is about the run in injection context. So that means whenever you want to execute this injection outside the dependency injection, means then we need to use this run in injection context. So now we also have another method. So this is all about the run in injection context. Hope you understood about this concept. So the last one which I want to tell you about in this injection context is, we also have another method for checking whether the injection context exists in the method or not, exists in this or not. If you want to check it, means, so we have a method in such a way that, so you will be able to see assert, okay, assert in injection context. So this is a method which will tell you that whether injection context is available or not. If the injection context is not available, means what it will try to do, it will throw you an error. For example, let's say here this is the method, and I will use a callback function. Just I will tell you what is this callback function also. So now here you will be able to see, now if I try to execute this one, so it will work fine. And now if you try to click here, you will be able to see an example that this assert in injection context will work only in the run injection context. So that means this method will give you in such a way that it will tell you that whether a runtime injection context is available or not. If I try to make it available in this one injection context, now if I try to click here, so everything will be working fine. So you will not able to get any error. And if I try to mention this one here in this one only, now if I try to check this one, so here you will be able to see the output. So everything is working fine, and this doesn't throw any error. If you try to use it outside, then only you will it will get an error. So that means it is telling that injection context is not available, so that you can able to understand. So this one will be, we can use it in a debug mode or something like that. We will not use it in the production mode. Just I am telling you that whether injection context is available or not, if you want to check it, means you can use this assert in injection context. This one is exclusively available in the Angular 18 that has been provided. And now what is this callback function is? This callback function, for example, let's say that if I try to provide it here, so now sometimes when I click on this one, so here we know that this button is the problem where we are able to get this problem error. We can able to identify it very easily. But if you are having a lots of code and you are getting this type of error, means we cannot able to identify where this error is throwing, what is this injection context, and from where this injection context is raising the error, we cannot able to know it. For this reason, what we can do it is, so here you can pass the function reference, debug function. So here in which function we are trying to check it, get data. So here you can pass this dot get data. Okay. So now if you try to pass this one as a reference, so now here when I try to click on this one, so here it will try to tell you that get data. Here you will be able to see that get data method can only be used, so that we can able to understand it. Okay, this is the get data method means which is used in the component. We can able to identify it very easily. If you don't provide anything, if I provide just a callback function, let's say what is the error, you will be able to get it. So here it doesn't know anything, right? It will provide an error and you will be able to see only the braces is available here. So like this you will be able to not able to get anything. So the brackets only is available, that it doesn't know about the, it's a callback function, it doesn't know about the function from which this error is raising. So that is the reason. So this is the debugger function or the reference of the function which you are trying to raise it. So here you can provide this dot get data. So that means from this function we are getting an error. If this raises an error, it will give you that which function is getting an error. So this is all about the asset in injection context and also in runtime run in injection context. So these are all different types of injection contexts that are available. If you want to learn more about these details and all those things, so in angular.dev you will be able to get it. So I will show you where you can able to get it. In the docs, if you go here, so you'll be having in the dependency injection, here you will be able to see the injection context. So these are the different places where injection context is available. The class constructor, and I have shown you this activated thing also, and injection context. So this is the injection context which is available here. So they are using the environment injector. I will try to explain you these all things in our next hierarchical injectors. And this asset in injection context. So this is a helper function to know that the current context is an injection context or not. So if you are trying to use it outside the dependency injection means it will throw you an error. So that error also we have seen it. So this is all about the injection context scenarios. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the important concept in the Angular dependency injection, that is hierarchical injectors. So that means how the injection will be happening hierarchically in an Angular 18. Let's try to see it. So normally what I want to tell you is the injectors have a certain rules, and we can use these rules to leverage to achieve the desired visibility of injectables in the application. So based on this rule, so you can use the leverage to have the desired visibility of those injectables available in your application. So by understanding these rules, you can determine whether to declare a provider. Provider means nothing but the services or anything at the application level or in a component level or in a directive level. So that means, so no injectors, what I want to tell you is injectors Angular will be having a certain rules. By using these rules or by understanding these rules, so you need to determine whether a service or a dependency injection, whether we need to provide in an application level or in a component level or in a directive level. So this is the way which we need to decide it. So the applications you build with Angular can become quite large. So when you are trying to build an application, so going on, it can become a quite large. And one way to manage this complexity is to split up the application into a well-defined tree of components. So when your Angular application is becoming quite large, so the one way to manage your application is to split the application into a well-defined tree of components. So now when you are trying to divide a tree of components, so there may be some sections of your page. So some components, there may be some sections of your page that work in a completely independent way than the rest of application. So like for example, let's say that you are having an authentication module. Let's say authentication module if you are having means that is in a completely independent way with other rest of the application. So that means there will be some sections of the your pages which is completely independent of its rest of the application, and it has its own copy of services and other dependencies that it needs. So that is one thing. And other thing what you will be having in your application is some of the services that these sections of this application use might be shared with other parts of the application. So now you will be having some services in the sections of the application, and that services might be shared with the different parts of the application or with parent components that are further up in the component tree, while other dependencies are meant to be private. So by other dependencies might be meant to private. So these are the different ways how with these different sections how your Angular application will be when you are trying to divide a very large application. Some sections of your application might be having a completely independent way, having its own set of services which are independent, and it will be having its own local copy of these services and other dependencies. But you'll be having some other sections of the application, and the services for these sections of the applications might be shared with the other parts of the application. Something like a parent component that further up in the component tree you will be using this one. So this is the one way which you will be having. So now you have understood about these different parts, how you will be having the dependencies, right? So now by using this hierarchical dependency injection, so you can isolate the sections of the application. I told you, right, the independent sections of the application which you will be having, you can isolate the sections of this application and give them their own private dependencies not shared with the rest of the application. By using this hierarchical dependency injection, we can do it like this. Or otherwise, you can also maintain in such a way that parent component will have the services and it can share those all the dependencies with its child components only, but not with the rest of the component tree. So like this also you can do it. Hierarchical dependency injection enables you to share the dependencies between different parts of the application only when and if you need to. So if you want to share the dependencies between different parts of the applications also, hierarchical dependency injection enables you to do this one only whenever you need to do. Or otherwise, if you don't want to share the dependencies, means you can also isolate the sections of the application. Or otherwise, for example, let's say that the parent component has the dependencies and it wants to share the dependencies only to its child components, means then also using this hierarchical dependency injection you can able to do this one. Angular has two injector hierarchies. One is an environment injector and another one is an element injector. So now in this video we will try to learn about this environment injector. What is this environment injector? Element injector we will try to learn it in the next video. So these are the two different injector hierarchies which we will be having it. So environment injector and also an element injector. So the environment injector can be configured in one of the two ways by using the injectable provided in property. So whenever you are trying to define a service or anything provider, so you will be adding an injectable. So this is the decorator we will be using, and inside that one we will be giving you the provided in property, and we will refer to it as a root or the platform. So up to now we haven't used this platform. I will try to show you in the upcoming videos, but we will be defining it with a root. So that means, so the service which you have mentioned it with an injectable provided in property, this will be injected in the environment. So that means it will be having in the root. So I can say that it is provided in the root. And you can also have another method, so which you can, instead of providing this one, you can also use, you can add this provider in the application config providers array. I will try to show you that one where it will be provided. So if you try to see that one, so the two types of environment injector, how we can do it is, I already told you, that is nothing but test service. If you try to open any test service, here we have provided with an injectable and we have provided in the root, right? So that means this provider or this service is injected in the environment, that means in the root injector. And the another one is, so if you don't provide it this one, so you can also use an appconfig.ts file, so where you can provide it here in the provider section. So here also you can add it. So this one is also one and the same only. So that is one thing. So the environment injector can be configured in the environment injector. So it can be configured in one of the two ways, by using injectable provided by the root or the platform, or otherwise by using the application config providers array. I have shown you the providers array, that is nothing but this providers array. So you can also provide it in this one also. So these are the two ways where we can configure the environment injector. So now you may be getting doubt that which way is the best suited one. So whether I need to provide the service with injectable decorator and I need to provide in root, this is the preferable way, or directly mentioning it in the application config, this one is the preferable way. So you may be thinking of like this. So the thing which is preferable is using the injectable provided in property is the preferable to use instead of using the application config providers array. So that means the first one is the most preferable way in order to use it, instead of adding this one in the application config. Why both have both will be injected in the environment only, right? So what is the benefit of this one is, if you provide the service with an injectable provided in, optimization tools, while you are trying to making it as bundle, optimization tools can perform the tree shaking. So why it will try to do this tree shaking is, which removes the services that your application isn't using. For example, let's say that you have created a service and you have mentioned it in the provided in root, or you have mentioned it in the application config. By some reasons or anything, so you are not using that dependency injection service, that service you are not using it anywhere in the application. So that means when you are trying to make the bundle, that service will be added into your bundle, which makes the bundle size to be increased. So that means you are not using the instance of that service, so there is no need for the service to be included in your bundle size. So when you provide it in as an injectable provided in root, means the optimization tools will be there, which it will try to do the tree shaking. So when it will do the tree shaking, whatever the services that are not used in the applications, automatically those services, instances and all those things will be removed. So this results in the smaller bundle sizes. Tree shaking is especially useful for a library because the application which uses the library may not have a need to inject it. So this is the main thing. So and also the way how we can implement this environment injector also I have shown you, that you can use an @injectable provided in root, or otherwise in this one you can provide directly something like provide. Okay, you can use this provide thing, and here you can use console logger service, and we need to use class console logger service. Now this one we also is provided in the root level. So environment. So this one also you can provide it instead of this one in the console logger service will be there, right? Automatically this one is provided in the root. So if you don't do this one, and if you want this one to be injected at the root level, means then you need to mention it in the console logger service. So if you don't want to mention this one, means you can remove this directly, and here you need to mention it in a provided in root. Both are one and the same only. But the preferable way of using the service is like this injectable provided in root. Why? Because if this instance of this service is not used in any part of the application, means this service automatically it will be removed, so that the bundle size will be decreased. So this is all about the environment injector. So still some more injectors are there, like module injector and all the things. We'll try to learn it in the next video. Hope you understood about this environment injector and the hierarchical injector concept which we are trying to learn it. So this is some of the important concept which you need to have a basic understanding, or the basics foundations of this dependency injection, how it will work in our Angular. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the hierarchical injectors. In that hierarchical injector, the concept is about the module injector. What is this module injector? If you are using normal components, not a standalone components, means then you need to understand about this module injector. In the case of ng module based applications, so that means if you are not using the applications which is a standalone application, if you are using ng module based applications, means the module injector can be configured in one of the two ways by using these methods. So these module injector can be configured in one of the two ways. First one is the injectable provided in property referred to a root or the platform. So whenever you are trying to define a service, and it should have a provided in property, and it should define with a root or a platform. And the another one is an ng module providers array. Okay, so this is another one, ng module providers array. Module injector is configured by the ng module providers and ng module imports property. So module injector is configured by the ng module providers and an ng module imports property. So this is the one thing. So you will be having a providers and an imports property in the ng module. So there you can configure it. And module injector is flattening of all the providers arrays that can be reached by following the ng module imports recursively. Child module injector hierarchies are created when lazy loading other modules. So when you are trying to lazy load the other modules, ng modules, then child module injector hierarchy will be created. Otherwise, normally the module injector will be created. So this is about the module injector. Apart from this module injector, we have another concept that is nothing but a platform injector. What is this platform injector? Apart from this module injector and all those things, we also have another one that is called as a platform injector. So there are two more injectors above the root. So that means whenever you are having a root injector, so there are two more injectors. That is nothing but additional is an additional environment injector and also an null injector. So these are the two things above root. You will be having two more injectors, that is nothing but environment and null injector. Consider how Angular bootstraps the application with the following in the main.ts. If you try to check the main.ts file, here I will be opening, and here in the main.ts file, how the Angular is configured is, how the Angular bootstrap the application is. So here you will be able to see bootstrap application, and you will be having it like this. And here the bootstrap application method creates a child injector of the platform injector. So here the bootstrap application creates a child injector of the platform injector, which is configured by the application config instance, which is created by the application config instance, that is nothing but app config instance. This is the root environment injector. And the platform browser dynamic method creates an injector configured by a platform module which contains platform specific dependencies. This allows multiple applications to share a platform configuration. For example, let's say that a browser has only one URL bar, means then all the applications which are running, no matter whatever the applications you are having, you will be having only one browser with the URL bar. So that for this one you can use a browser platform function to initialize the services. So apart from this one, so now you understood about this one, right? So about the platform environment injector, that is nothing but a platform injector, something like that. So now you will be having another one, that is nothing but the next parent injector in the hierarchy is the null injector. So which is the top of the tree. So that means you will be having a null injector. So this is also one concept, null injector, apart from this one. So that means you will be having at the top null injector, okay, and at the bottom you will be having an environment injector like platform thing, and the last you will be having a root injector. Okay, so this one is a root environment injector. So like this you will be having. So the next parent is the null injector, which I want to explain you. So here if you try to run, the next parent injector in the hierarchy is the null injector, which is the top of the tree. If you have gone so far up the tree, means then you are looking for a service in the null injector. So you will get an error unless you have used the optional. So that means if you are trying to inject a service which you are trying to use it as an optional, means then you will not get any error. But if you have reached to the top of the null injector and you have not able to find a service, means then ultimately everything ends up with a null injector and you will return an error. In the case if you haven't used optional or anything, so it will return null. If you have used it an optional or anything, means it will return null, or otherwise it will return an error. So we'll try to see about this optional thing and all those things. I will try to tell you. So now I will try to show you a diagram which represents the relationship between the root module injector and its parent. The first one at the top you will be having is null injector, always throws an error unless you have used an @ optional for the injector service. And the next one is an environment injector configured by the Angular, and it has special things like DOM sanitizer, location strategies. These are all things you will be having provided in platform. Okay, these are all provided in platform, and that is nothing but DOM sanitizer. So this is the environment injector. And the next one you will be having is the root. So here this one is the root, and this environment injector configured by an app config and has things for your app, bootstrap application, this app config. So that means, so whenever you are trying to use this app config, so in this one whatever the things you are providing, so this is called as a root. Okay, so while the name root is a special alias, other environment injector areas don't have an alias. So this is root is the only thing which is a special alias name. Other environment injector which we have, which I am trying to tell you, like this environment injector doesn't have any names or aliases names. You have the option to create an environment injector hierarchies whenever a dynamically loaded component is created, such as with the router, which will create child environment injector hierarchies. So that is one thing. So this root is the special alias thing for environment injector, and these environment injector and for the router, these are all the things dynamically loaded components. So these all the things also will have an environment injector. All the requests is forwarded up to the root injector, whether you have configured it with the application config instance, pass it to the bootstrap application method, or registered all providers with the root in their own services. Okay, so that is one thing. And the another one which I want to tell you, explain you, is the injectable versus application config. If you configure an app wide provider in the application config of bootstrap application, it overrides one configured for the root in the injectable metadata. You can do this by configuring a non-default provider like this. So for example, let's say that so here in our code, okay, I will try to remove this one so that you can able to understand it very easily, or otherwise in the settings I will add a, what I want to tell you is I will add here 24. Okay, so that you can able to see the increased font size. Now here we are having some code here. Okay, so we are having here like this, and in this one which I am trying to show you is, for example, let's say that here we have created a simple route, and this is present in the app.routes.ts. So here I am having a route that whenever the user tries to open /team, and it needs to open a component that is nothing but team component. And here in app.component.html I have used this routelet wherever, so that the routing, if it is loaded, means the component which is associated with that routing, it will be loaded in this router outlet. and here we are having an anchor link which is a router link, and I am trying to click here, go to the team. So we are using a team. So now when I click on this link, automatically it will go to /team, and the teamworks component we are able to see it. For example, let's say that, so here by default the location strategy for this one is in path location strategy. So if I want to change it in the root base means, so what I can do here, I can go it in the app.config.js file, and here I can provide the location strategy, and I can use this path location strategy which is a default one. So if I try to show you here, so it will be still will be in /team only. So but if I try to change it to the hash location strategy, so now if I try to show you here, so now if I click here, so you will be able to see hash has been applied. So that means we can override the platform or the router or the environment by using this root environment injector thing. So that is the main thing which I want to tell you. So that is the thing. So now here you can do this by, so we can configure it like this. This is all about the module injector and also the platform injector and a null injector. So you need to understand that null injector is at the top and environment injectors, and then next you will be having a root injector. The root injectors is nothing but whatever the injectors you are trying to inject using the app config in the Bootstrap application. So these are the hierarchy which you need to follow it. So that's all about this injectors thing. So in the next video what we will try to learn is, we will try to learn about the element injector. So this is also one of the concept which we need to learn it. So hope you understand about the concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will try to learn about the another concept in the dependency injection in Angular 18, that is element injector. So let's try to see in this video how Angular creates the element injector hierarchies and how it providing the services in the component decorator configures them. So now let's try to see Angular injector hierarchy. Let's try to see it that one. So here the first one is the implicit creation. Angular automatically creates the element injector hierarchies for each DOM element in the application. So that means in the template, whatever the DOM element, or if you try to add a component in the template, so you will give it something like a DOM element, right? app-root or app-child like that. So for each DOM element in the application, Angular creates an element injector hierarchy. This means that each component, directive and a template has its own associated element injector. That is first one. And the second one is hierarchy structure. How the hierarchy structure will be? The element injector hierarchy structure is structured based on the DOM hierarchy. A parent component element injector is the parent of its child components element injector. So as you already know about this components hierarchy and all those things. So if I try to draw it in the paint so that you will be able to understand it very clearly. So here you will be having a component, and in this component you will be having a multiple components like this. So component 1 and component 2 like this, and this parent component you will be having an element injector. Why? Because every component will have its own element injector, and this component will be having its own element injector, and in this component will be having its own element injector hierarchy. Now the hierarchy, how it will be maintained is, so now this is the parent component, and this element injector is the parent to this child element injector. So that means this is called as a child element injector, and that one is called as an parent element injector. So that means whatever the child injector it is having, it will inherit the properties and dependencies and all those things from its parent also, just like the inheritance thing. So that is the reason we are trying to explain you that it will inherit the properties from the parent. So this is about the element injector. So how we will be providing the services in a component decorator, let's try to see. So now you will be having a clear understanding about the element injector. And now let's try to see about how we can provide the services in a component director. Why? Because each component will be having its own element injector, right? So now how we will be providing the components in a component decorator. Providers and view providers properties. So here you need to understand about the providers and the view providers properties. Don't confuse about the view providers and the providers property. I will try to explain you about these both differences in the upcoming videos. The component decorator has two properties. So whenever you are trying to declare the component thing, if you try to see here in our code, so we will be having, let's go to the app component.ts. So we will be having this component, right? And here you will be having two properties, that is nothing but providers. So if you try to write here, so you will be able to see a providers, and also you will be able to see a view providers. So two properties will be there. So that is what I am trying to explain you. So now when you provide a service in the providers or the view providers property, you are telling Angular to create an instance of the service and associate it with the components element injector. So whenever you provide a service in the provider property or view provider property, then Angular will create an instance of that service. So we are telling that Angular to create an instance of the service and add it to the components element injector. For example, let's say that in the test component example you provided, the test service is configured as a provider for the components element injector. This means that an instance of the test service will be created and available in injection within the component and its child components also. Why? Because the child components will be inheriting the properties from the parent component, right? So that the test service which is made it available in the parent component, so that service will be made available to the injection within the component and also its child components. That is the thing. So the next concept which we need to learn is the service availability. So why? Because we have created a service in the component directory, right? What is the service availability for this one? Element injector access. The service instance is available through the element injector of the component where it was provided. This means that the component and its child components can access the service using dependency injection. So this is what I have explained you in the earlier. So that means whatever the service you are trying to create in the component, so that component can able to access the service instance and also its child components also can able to access the service using dependency injection. And visibility rules. The visibility of the service to the child components and directives is determined by the resolution rules discussed in the previous section. So now we haven't discussed in this one. So what I want to tell you is that visibility of the service of the child components and directives is determined by the resolution rules, which I will try to explain you in our upcoming videos. So the visibility of the service to the child components, so based on the resolution rules, it will be made available to its child components. In general, a service provided in a parent component are available to its child component unless there are conflicting providers or visibility restrictions. For example, if the child component also have made access to the same service with a different means, then you will be having a conflicting providers. Until and unless visibility restrictions and conflicting providers are not there, means whatever the parent service it is having, the child components also can able to access this one. So the next one comes is the service life cycle. So component destruction. So now what happens when a component is destroyed? What happens to the service instance which has been created in the element injector? The service instance is tied to the life cycle of the component where it was provided. When the component instance is destroyed, the service instance is also destroyed. This ensures that resources are properly managed and prevents the memory leaks. So finally, in summary, what I want to tell you is that Angular creates an element injector hierarchies for each DOM element and providing services in the component directory configures providers for these element injectors. The service instance is then available through the element injector and can be accessed by the component and its child components. The services lifecycle is tied to the component lifecycle, ensuring proper resource management. So this is what about the brief introduction of the element injector. So what is an element injector and how it is provided? So that means now you may be having a clear understanding about the null injector. So null injector means, so this is the topmost injector which doesn't have any services. So if a component has been reached for the service, for the sake of the service to the null injector, means either it will throw an error depending on the resolution what you have done, resolution modifiers what you have used it. If you have used optional something like that, means then it will return null, or otherwise normally if you don't provide anything, means generally in cases it will throw an error if it reaches, the component reaches for a service apply here. And next you will be having an environment injector. Okay, environment injector means, so you will be having the platform related injectors you will be having here, like DOM sanitizer, location strategies. So if you are having a router, means location strategies, DOM sanitizer. So like this you will be having in this one environment injector, like related to the platform. Okay, so related to the platform, so where the multiple applications can make use of this one. And next you will be having a root injector. Okay, so root injector is nothing but which is, we can also call it as an environment injector also, or otherwise we can, in this environment injector has a special alias name that is called as a root, and this one is made available to the application config instance. So application config instance will create this one and it will be present in the main.ts file. So where when we are trying to bootstrap the application, and this root injector will be created there. So whenever whatever the things you will be having here, so this will be overridden by the platform and all those things. So whatever the instances you are providing, it will be overridden in the root injector. You can override. Then afterwards you will be having the element injector. Okay, element injector means this one is component base or the directory base, so which you are trying to use it. So whenever you are creating a service instance, means then here the element injector will be created. So the hierarchy will be like this. So this is all about the dependency injection hierarchies. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the element injector, right? So let's try to learn about some more concept about this injector hierarchy. So first of all, we'll try to learn about the relationship between the components, directives and also the providers in the Angular. So let's try to learn about this one. So the components and the directives as a directives. So here let's try to see about the shared nature, first one. Both components and also the directives are essentially directives. So normally if you try to observe carefully in Angular, components are nothing but a directives only. This means that they share many of the same characteristics and capabilities. So components is also one type of directive only, and directives are normal directives. So that means they both have some type of same characteristics and capabilities. Directive and also the component. The directive and the component decorators are used to define the directives and components respectively, as you people already aware of this one. Both decorators have a providers property. So both the component and also a directive both have a providers property, allowing them to configure providers for their respective element injectors. So that means for the element injectors, so we can add the providers elements for that one. So next we will try to learn about the providers and also an element injectors. Providers property. So you people already know that in the component and also in the directive we have a special property that is nothing but provider property, where you can give the services which are needed for the component injection. So when you use the providers property in a component or a directive, you are defining providers that will be associated with its element injector. An element injector is a container for providers that are specific to a particular component or a directive. It manages the resolution and also injection of dependencies for that component or directive. Next one is a shared injector. Components and directives that are on the same element share the same element injector. This means that any providers configured for one of them can be accessed by the other. So that is one thing which you need to understand. So here let's try to understand about the implications that for the element injector. First one is the local scope. Providers defined using the providers property in a component or a directive have a local scope. They are only accessible within the component or directive itself and its child components or directives. So that is there only you can able to access the providers. Components and directives can use dependency injection to access the providers that are configured for their element injector. This allows them to interact with other parts of the application in a modular and a reusable way. And component level services. By defining providers in a component, you can create services that are specific to that component and its child components. This can help you organize your application's logic and keep it well structured. So by total, in the summary, what I want to tell you is both components and directives can configure providers using the providers property. These providers are associated with the element injector of the component or the directive and can be accessed by the other components or directives of the same element. This mechanism allows for a flexible and a modular approach to the dependency management in the Angular applications. So now coming to the next part, that is now we need to understand the process of token resolution in Angular, incorporating the insights from the provided. So now the token resolution process, we will try to learn it. First one is component's own element injector. When a component declares a dependency, Angular first checks its own element injector to see if it can provide the required token or not. This element injector is specified to the component and holds providers defined with its template or code, the first place where it will try to check it. Next one is the parent element injector. If the component's element injector does not have the provider, so the particular component which is accessing that dependency is not having the element injector, means then Angular moves up the element injector hierarchy to the parent component. It continues searching through each parent's element injector until it finds a provider or reaches the root component. The root component is nothing but the app component. And next comes the environment injector. If no provider is found in the element injector hierarchy, Angular then checks the environment injector. This environment injector is shared by all the components in the application and typically holds the providers for services that are application wide. So here you will be having all the dependencies and all the things which is shared for all the application wide. An error, if the provider is still not found in the environment injector, means Angular throws an error indicating that dependency cannot be resolved. So in this way the element hierarchy will be, injector hierarchy will be working. So the next part what we will try to see is the provider resolution. So priority based. So which one will be taken in the priority? If multiple providers for the same token are registered at the different levels, Angular uses the first one it encounters in the resolution process. The first one which has been encountered, it uses in the resolution process. This means that a provider defined locally in the component will be taken precedence over a provider defined in the parent component or the environment injector. So that means the component which is mentioned locally, it has been taken more important than the dependencies that is mentioned in the root component or the root environment injector or in the parent component. For example, let's say that if a component needs a service and there are providers for that service registered in the both the component and its parent means, then the component provider will be used. So this is how the provider's resolution will be checked in this one. So totally the key points in this video you need to understand is the Angular token resolution mechanism ensures that dependencies are resolved in a predictable and efficient manner. The element injector hierarchy allows for modularization and also the encapsulation of providers within the components. The environment injector provides a way to share services across the entire application. The priority given to the providers defined in the component ensures the local customization taken precedence over the global defaults. By understanding this process, you can effectively manage dependencies in your Angular application and ensure that your components have access to the necessary services and also the data. So this is all about what I want to tell you is the element injector. Hope you understood about this concept of this element injector. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the concept of resolution modifiers in the Angular. So what is this resolution modifiers? So let's try to have a detailed explanation of these Angular resolution modifiers. So Angular's resolution modifiers can fall into three categories. So we will be having four things. First we will fall into three categories. So what to do if Angular doesn't find what you are looking for? So that for that one we will be using is optional, and where to start looking, that is skip self, and where to stop looking, that is host and self. So I will try to explain you these all the things. So let's try to understand. So Angular resolution modifier can be modified using the following modifiers. So Angular resolution modifiers can be done using the following modifiers. What is this one? First one is the optional. So we have seen it, right? Definition of option is what to do if Angular doesn't find what you are looking for. So that means, so let's try to say that optional thing. So the first resolution factor is the optional thing. I will explain you with a real-time example also about this one. What is this optional resolution modifier? Optional means if you try to mention any service that you are injecting as an optional, it indicates that the injection services is an optional. So that means if it is not resolved, so that means if the Angular doesn't able to find the service means at runtime, the service is resolved as null instead of throwing an error. Normally, when you are trying to inject a service in the constructor or using the inject method, what will happen? It will try to find the service. If it is not able to find the service instance, then it will throw an error. Instead of that one, instead of throwing an error, if you mention this one as an optional, then the service will be resolved as a null instead of throwing an error. So that is the reason we will be using the optional. And the another one which we will be using is the self. So this limits the search for the service to the current element injector. Current element injector means to the current component only, it will limit the search of the service. So this is useful when you want to inject a service only if it is available in the current host element. Current host element means whatever the element you are having, right? The component, if it is available the service, then this self will be used. And another one is the skip self. Skip self means, as I already understood about the name itself, skip self means the current injector will be skipped. Starts the search for the service in the parent element injector instead of the current one. It will start search from the parent element injector. This is useful when you want to use a service from a parent component or a directive. So that is one thing. And the last one which I want to tell you is the host directive. So this is one of the critical thing. So you need to understand about this host and also a self. Looks like one and the same only. Designates the current component as the last group in the injector tree when searching for providers. This is useful when you want to ensure that a service is resolved from the current component. So that is one thing. So now you need to understand another thing also. So what I want to tell you is you can combine these modifiers except for, so you can also use the combination of this modifier, but except you cannot use the host and self at a time. So the combination The exceptions are, so we cannot use the host and self here. So host and self should not be used with a combination. And also another one is skip self and self is also not used. So another one is which you should not use is the skip self and also skill. Why? Because so here it leads to an ambiguity. Skip self, you are telling to skip the current element, and again you are telling it as a self. The combination goes away. And the host and self also I will try to explain you in the. So now let's try to understand the real-time implementation of this one. So now you understood what are the resolution modifiers and what are the different resolution modifiers are there. First one is the optional, self, skip self, and also the host. The first one which I want to explain you is the optional thing. So the optional thing is pretty straightforward. So for example, let's say that here I am having a thing. So here I will create two elements, two components, ng, gc, parent, let's assume. So I am creating a new component that is nothing but a parent. We will have a parent-child relationship, something like that, so that you can able to understand it very clearly. So I am creating a component ng, gc, parent. Let's try to create it. So the parent component has been created. Now here I will create another component that is nothing but child component. So let's try to create the child in the same scenario. So here the child component has also been created. Let's go to the parent component or app component first. So I am going into the app component, and here I will inject the parent component so that we can able to see the output parent component. And here in this one I will open the component.html, app.component.html. Instead of having this one app-parent. Okay, so here I will be having a app-parent. Now you will be able to see the parent works here. Fine, everything is fine. Let's go into the parent.component.html file, and here in this parent I will use an app-child. Let's try to use it like this, app-child, and it will throw an error. Why? Because parent.component.ts doesn't have the import thing. Okay, let's go here, parent component. Okay, so that's it. So now parent component is also finished. So if you try to refresh this page, see the problem is I am using the parent component instead of parent component, child component. It should be child component. Fine, right? So the child works is also working. So now, so this is the total code which I want to tell you. Now here we are having a parent component and inside the child component. Now let's say that we are having a service that is nothing but my service. Let's create a my service. And here in these services I will create a new service that is nothing but my service, my service.ts file, sample service I am creating. And here this one will be export class my service, and this one should be an injectable one. Okay, and here I will have a constructor. So okay, fine, this is a simple service. So we need to check that whether the service instance it is available or not. So now for example, let's say that if you go to the parent.component.ts file and directly I want to inject this service, okay, constructor. So here I will use private my service of type my service. Okay, I am trying to inject the service, and I will try to console.log of this dot my service, and I will use this dot my service. That's it. So now here I am trying to check the my service of my service, and let's inject this my service also. So that's it. So now if you are able to see, cannot find injectable because I haven't injected that one, I think. Okay, fine. Let's try to import this injectable also. Fine. Now if you see the output for this one, here you are getting an error that null injector error, my service, no provider for the my service. Why? Because I am unable, it is telling that I am unable to find the no provider for my service in the parent.component.ts file. In the parent.component.ts file you are trying to use a my service. So that my service I am unable to use that my service it is trying to sell. Why? Because this my service is an injectable, we haven't provided in the root. So that means it is not initialized in the root level, so that the instance will be available for all the components. We haven't did it like that. So now what we need to do here, automatically this one will throw an error. So in this scenario, for example, let's say that I don't want to throw a scenario. So I don't want to throw an error instead of that one. So if the my service instance is not able to find it, means just return the null. So I want to do it like this. In that scenario, what you need to do it is you need to declare this one as optional, and this should be imported from the Angular core, and I have declared it as an optional. Now if you try to see this optional, now here you will be able to see that instead of throwing an error, you are able to see this one as a null. Now you can check with the conditions in such a way that so that the service you can handle the exception cases. And another one, what you, for example, let's say that in the providers, if it is there, my service is there, let's assume. Now you will be able to get this one. So here if I like try to use it, now you will be able to get this my service. Now this time you are able to get the service instance, but if you didn't mention this one means, so you are able to see that optional thing. So this is one thing. And now for example, let's say that, okay fine, so this is an optional thing, so fine. Let's say that you are in a child pair, you are in a child thing, okay, child.component.ts file, and here, and I want to use the same my service in the child constructor private my service of type my service. Okay, I am trying to constructor private my service. Okay, so my service, let's try to inject this one, and here I will try to do console.log this dot my service. So that's it. So now when I am trying to use this one, then also we are able to get an error that, so this child component also unable to find it. So here what we can do, it we can mention it as an optional so that it will return the null, or otherwise I can provide it at the top as the providers my service. Okay, so you can provide it like this so that you can able to get the service instance. But for example, let's say that if I don't provide it here, it will throw an error. Instead of this one, the parent has this provider. Okay, so the parent has this provider. So now what will happen, automatically the service will be available to this one. Okay, so the service will be available to this one. So this is how you will be able to see it. Now for example, let's say that this providers, this one is not available. Okay, and I want this one, and here I want this service to be checked only in its current element injector only, or this current component only. I want to check this service instance, it is available or not. If it is not available means, then I need to throw an error. Then what I can do here, I can use it as in self. Okay, so here I can use it as in self. Now if I try to use it as in self, then you will get an error. Why? Because so here it is telling that my service I am unable to find it in the node injector. And now if you provide it here in the providers, okay, and here you will get an error, my service. Now you will be able to see that my service, now it is working. So this is the understanding of this self thing. So now we have learned about the optional, which is an optional, and also self. So self means, if you mention the self means, this service instance is searched in only in the providers in the current component only. If you don't provide this one, if you don't provide the self means, if you don't provide the providers also, it will search, it will get it from the parent. It's not a problem. So this is what about the optional and self. In the next video, I will try to explain you about the skip self and also host resolution modifier, and also we'll try to understand the difference between the host and the self resolution modifier also. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the other two resolution modifiers that are available in the Angular. So we have learned about this optional and the self modifier, resolution modifier in our previous video. And now for example, let's say that if I open here, so you can also use the combination of the optional and self also. For example, let's say that if you are using only the self means, for example, if I try to mention this one only in the self, now already this my service will be available in this one. So what it will try to do, automatically the service will be available. Why? Because it will try to search only in this one here. So the service will be available here. Fine. If I don't provide here in this one, so it will throw an error. Why? Because the service is not available. So in this scenario, it is throwing an error. But what I want to do it is, I don't want to throw this error. I want to, instead of this one, if it is able to find the service instance, it should send that service instance. If it doesn't find means, send the null value. So for that one, what we can do it is, we can use a combination of optional here. Okay, like this we can use it. Now in this one, the service instance is not available, then it will return you null. This is how we'll be having. Apart from this one, we also have another one. For example, let's say that if you are able to use this self means, okay, so if you are able to use this self means, so now we are able to get this error, right? So now if you remove this one, now you may not get the error. Why? Because in the parent, in this parent you will be able to find the service, that is nothing but parent.component.as, that is nothing but the parent is app component. In the app component, it is able to present. So for example, let's say that, so here let's say that You can also use another one, something like skip self. Okay, so skip self. So this skip self, what it will try to do it is, so this skip self will skip the, so what is the issue in this one? Yeah, this skip self, what it will try to do it is, so it will stop searching the what I want to say is the service instance in the current component. So it will stop the, so here I have written exactly clearly, starts the search for the service in the parent element injector instead of the current one. So this is useful when you want to use a service from a parent component or directive. So for example, let's say that here we are having the providers, okay, providers and my service. So now if you don't provide this one, means automatically in the current component, so it is available. So what it will try to do, it will try to take the service instance from the current component. So if I don't want the service instance from the current component, instead of that one it needs to be taken from the parent, means then here you can use the skip self. Skip self means, so it will not search the service instance in the current component, it will try to get it from the parent component. Now if I try to remove this one from the parent component, what will happen? Automatically error will be thrown. But here still if I provide this my service instance also, it will not take that instance from the current component. Why? Because we have added a skip self. So that is the reason it will throw an error. So it is trying to search the instance in the parent component. So this is all about the skip self. So the final one what we are having is the child component. So if I try to use this child component, so as I already told you, right, so the options we cannot use it, some of the things, host and self cannot be used, skip self and self we cannot use it. So we should not use the skip self and also the self at a time. So this one will return an problem. Why? Because what it is trying to do, so you are trying to search it in the current component, only in the current component, and also you are trying to tell that don't search in the current component. So this result to an confusion. So that is the reason. So both this is an except condition combination which we need to use, which we should not use it. The another one which I want to explain you is the host component. So this host component, something looks like one and the same only. Okay, so if you try to see this host component, so what it is trying to do it is, so this host component, it is trying to search the my service. So here it is available in this one, so it is able to get this. So for example, if I remove here, okay, if I remove here, now it will not able to find it. Okay, and if I try to add it here, so I will try to add it here, providers my service. If I try to add it here, so now you will be able to see that still we are able to get an error. Host provider, host means what it will try to do is, it will try to search it in the current component. If it is not available, means in the parent component, sorry, instead in the parent component it will try to search it. So if I try to provide here the providers my service, okay, so now it will able to get this service thing. So it without any problem it will able to get. So if it is not available, means in the host component, so that means in its parent, in its immediate parent, it will try to search it. But here what is happening here, in the immediate parent we are able to use it, but still we are not able to get this my service. So what is the problem here is, instead of using the providers, here we need to use the view providers. Okay, so this is the concept. Now if you try to see here, you will be able to get a my service. So here you need to understand the difference between a providers and a view providers. View providers means, so directly the children of this view. So here for in this app component.html, if you try to check it here, so this is a direct children, it is a children for the in the view. For example, let's say that this is our parent component, right, and let's say that you are having a child component, let's assume, okay, you are having a child component. Let's go to the parent and child component relation, so that you will be able to understand very easily. And in this parent.component.ts, so here instead of using this private and all those things, let's remove this one, and here I will be having the providers, okay, providers and my service, let's say so. So here I am providing in the parent component the my service, and in the child component.ts file, or in the, let's close this one all, in the parent.component.html, where is this one? Yeah, here we are using it as in like this directly, and in the child component.ts file, so here in the constructor, and I want to use @host private my service is of my service. Okay, and here if I try to do console.log of this dot my service, then you will be able to see the output for this one. So now you will not able to see the output, by because we are getting an error. Now what it is trying to do, it will try to search in the current component. It is not able to find. For in its parent component, it is trying to do. So who has called this child component? The parent component has been called. So in this parent, it will try to check the providers. So it is provided. So the my service is provided, but still it is throwing an error. So this is happening because the parent component of HTML here, the app-child is not a direct parent. It is the child. It is a child in the view. It is a child in the view. The providers will be the child only to the content projection. So to the content elements only, it will be the child. It will consider as a child. So here you need to provide it as a view providers. Okay. So view providers, it will try to get it. So now you will be able to see that service. You will be able to get it. So now when these providers will work then. So here if I will try to show you here the scenario where the providers come into existence. If you go to the app.component.html, okay. So if you go to app.component.html, in this one I will try to do an app-child. Okay, here it is a content child. Okay, and now in the app component.ts file, I will try to use the child component here only. Fine, done. And here app component.html, we are having an app-child. And in the parent.component.ts file, no, app component.ts file. Okay, fine. So now let's go to the parent.component.ts file. Now if you try to check in the app-child here, you should not use it like this. So you can use something like ng content. So here the content will be placed. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so here we are able to get the my service. So how we are able to get this on my service? In the child component, we are checking the my service, right? And now if you go to the app component.ts and app component. So here in our parent.component.ts file, so we are not able to get this one. So why? Because in the app component.ts file, we are providing this my service. If I try to remove this one, let's remove this one. So now if you try to check it here, so we are getting an error. Now in the parent.component, so who is the parent for this one? For the child component, parent. Now here if I provide this one as a providers, now whether we can able to get it or not. My service. Okay. So if I try to use it my service, now if you try to see here, now we are able to get this one. So now here we are able to get this one. If I try to provide it as a view providers, now you will not get the error. You will get an error. Why? Because these view providers will only work to the components that are having in such a way that like this. So in the view it is provided, then only, so for these only it will work. So if you try to see here, so here you are getting an error for this one, but another one you will get an so here we are getting an error. So that is the reason this is not getting executed. If you try to place it at the top, okay, view providers, we have mentioned it, right? Let's try to see whether we can get it or not. Still we are getting an error, so leave it. If I provide only ng content, if I remove it and if I do it, oh, still we are getting. Why? In the parent.component I have mentioned it. In the parent.component.ts, the view providers my service is there. In the parent.component.html, okay, app-child. So here we are having child component and then host. Okay, so we are having it as a view providers. So maybe because of the ng content and all those things, it is getting some issue, I think. Hope you understood about the concept. So now if I provide this one, let's say that in the parent.component.html, if I provide it as an ng content, okay, ng content, now the app-child come into this one. So now what you will be able to, you are getting an error, right? For this one, what will happen is, so in the parent.component.ts, you should provide it as in providers. Okay, so for these providers, now you will be able to get a my service. View providers will act as something like for the view, the children will be there. ng content thing, the provider's child will be there. So here you need to understand the host concept, how it will be working. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the difference between the providers and also the view providers. So I will try to explain you the difference between these two. And also before learning about these providers and view providers, first of all, we need to understand about the template view structure or the logical structure of the template. How the structure of the template will be described or will be rendered in the Angular, we need to understand. Then only we can able to understand what is the service injected in the component and what is the service that are not injected. So how the services are getting injected, and the difference between the providers and view providers. So we need to understand about this one. So now when you first of all, when you provide a services in the component class, this is a common thing. So normally you will provide the services in a component class using the constructor. Services are visible within the element injector tree. So we have already seen the three levels: application and the parent level and the element injector. We have seen it, right? So here whenever you inject the services in the component, services will be there in the element injector tree relative to where and how you provide these services. Okay. Understanding the underlying logical structure of the Angular template will give you a foundation for configuring the services and in turn control their visibility. So this is so you need to understand the logical structure. For example, let's say that you are having a app-parent, and here in this one, let's say that you are having this app-parent. So I will give you a simple example for this one. Let's say that I am having an app-parent. Inside this one, I am having an app-child. So that means inside the app-parent, I am providing this one, not an ng content. Don't think it as an ng content. So just the logical structure of the template will be like this. So internally the template will be constructed in such a way that, so don't think that this hash view will be rendered. So just for the understanding purpose, I have added this hash view, where normally this hash view will not be injected in between this app root. So just for underlying purpose, how the things will be added, so how the things will be rendered, I am trying to explain you like this. So now here this is the app-root, and inside this one the view will be started, and in this view you will be having an app-child, and again for the app-child you will be having a view, and the content goes here like this, and the view will be ended, and this view will be ended like this, it will be ended. So this is how the logical structure of the template will look like. So the next one which I want to tell you is how you provide the services using a component or directive. Decorator determines their visibility. So now you will be providing the services in the component or the directive, so they according to their visibility. The following sections demonstrate providers and view providers along with the ways to modify services with skip self and host. I will try to explain you this one in the next video. First let us understand about these providers and also the view providers. So normally what I want to tell you is how you will provide a component class can provide the services in two ways. So how you can provide the services in component class in two ways. One is within providers array and providers array. So here you will provide aggregate component with the providers and the array of services. And another one is with a view providers array. What is the difference between these two? We will try to understand it. So one by one clearly we will try to understand it. So another one is with a view providers array. So let's try to understand about this one. First we will understand how this providers array will work. Then afterwards you will understand about this view providers. In this video we will understand only the providers array, how it will work. For this one I will demonstrate a simple example, real-time example. Let's try to see. So for this one what I will do it is, I will create a new file, that is nothing but new file means new service in our services. Let's go to the services. Here I am creating a new service, flower.service.ts file. Okay. And why is it's not coming? Okay, so here I need to rename it. I have given instead of dot I have given comma. Okay, so this is our ts file, and here I will use export class flower service. Okay, and inside this one you will be having an emoji is equal to, and I will use this hibiscus pink color hibiscus flower, so that you can able to understand clearly. In the Angular documentation also they have given the same example. So I want to use the same example, so I don't want to go through tough thing. Yeah, you can understand. And here in this one I will be injecting injectable, and I will use provided in root. So that means it is provided in the application config. Okay, so in the root config it is provided. Fine. Now this is our flower. Let's go to the app.component.html file. So that is our root thing, app.component.html file. In this one I will add only the parent. Okay, so I am adding only the parent. That means let's go to the parent.component.ts file. In the parent.component.ts file, okay, so here I am removing the providers. So now I want to inject the flower service. Okay, constructor, let's inject the public. I am using the public so that I can directly use this flower service there. Flower service of flower service. Okay, and this is our constructor. Let's go into the parent.component.html file, and here I will remove emoji from flower service, and this one is parent component, and here I will try to use flower service dot emoji. Okay, and if you try to see the output for this one, so what could be the output? So here you will be able to see a hibiscus flower. So that is common thing. Why? Because so here in our parent.component.ts file, so there is no providers or view providers mentioned in this one. So here when it's try to check for the flower service, it will go to the parent in the app component. It will not find it there in the app component. It will go to the root injector. Okay, so root the application config injector, it will go, and there it will be able to find that flower service. Why? Because it is added as in provided in root. So it can able to find it, and the emoji plant it will be able to get it. Fine. Let's go to the another component that is nothing but child component. So here in this one I will add a component that is nothing but app-child. Okay, so this is our child component, and here let's go to the child component.ts file. So here in the child component.ts file, and here I will remove this all constructor, and here I will try to inject the flower service again. So here I will try to do public flower service. Okay, here also I will be having one flower service. So this is our flower service, and now here in this child component also same thing I will try to do emoji from flower service. This is child component. Okay, child component, and I will try to use the same thing flower service dot emoji. Okay, and if you try to see here in the child component also, you will be able to see the hibiscus flower only. Why? Because if you try to go into this child component.ts file, we haven't provided any providers or anything, and it will try to go to the up and up and up like that, and it will be able to find the service instance in the application config, and it will be able to get the flower service, and the flower service represents the hibiscus thing. Now what I will try to do it is I will provide a here in the providers area. So here I will use the providers, and now I will override this flower service. So here provide flower service. Okay, provide flower service, and here I will use value instead of that one, use value of emoji. So we will be having only the emoji, right? Emoji. Instead of having this hibiscus, I will provide the sunflower. Okay, so the sunflower icon I will provide it so that it can able to get it easily. Now here I am providing the sunflower. Okay, so this is the sunflower. So just for information. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see this one, now the child component we are able to get it as a sunflower. Why it is happening here? The child component, when it tries to get the service instance of this flower service, it will go to its providers, and it is able to see that okay, the providers it is having the flower service, and it has directly used this sunflower thing. When it doesn't find, it went to the parent. So this is how we will be able to see. Now if you want to write the logical structure of this template, how the parent and child relationship has been happened is, if you try to see it in the notepad, I have given this one. So for example, let's say that you are having an app parent, and from app parent the flower service is getting it from the pink hibiscus, it is getting it from the application config. Why? Because for in the parent.component.ts file I haven't provided anything in the provider, so that means it is directly getting it from the application config. So I have written it like this for the understandable purpose. So don't think that this will be rendered like this in the backend, it will be compiled like this. Don't think like that. Just for the understandable purpose I have used it. And now you are having your app-parent view will start it here, and we have written the emoji from flower service, this template we have written it. And next we are having an app-child. In this one I have provided the flower service from the sunflower. So now when you try to write the flower.emoji, it will go to its view providers. First it will check it in the view. So it doesn't able to search starts from here. It doesn't find anything flower service, and it will go to the app-child, and it has provided, and it has able to find the flower service instance with a sunflower. So it stops searching up to here, and it will output the sunflower. So this is how actually the providers will be happening. So this is how so now the view providers, how it will happen, we'll try to see it in the next video. So this is how the providers actually in the logical structure of the template, how it will works. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video we have seen about the providers concept, how the providers concept will inject the services in the parent component and also in the child component. We have seen it. Now let's try to understand about the view providers thing. So we can also use the view providers as an array as another way to provide the services in the component decorator. So not only the providers, we can also use the view providers as another way to provide the services in the component decorator. Using view providers, make service visible in the view In the view means which I will be trying to explain you, that is nothing but, so here in the view, this one. So now I will try to explain you step by step instructions. So now let's try to have a new one, that is nothing but animal service. I will create a new service here in this one, in the services. Previously we used to have flower service, right? Now I will create animal.service.ts file. Okay, service.ts file. Now in this one, same thing, export class. I will try to copy. I will try to copy this enter thing, and here I will paste it. So here I am providing this one injectable in the root, and here I am having export animal service, and the default one I am providing it is in blue whale. Okay, so I am using the prop emoji as a whale. That's it. So now I will try to use the same pattern as the flower service. How I have used it, I will use the same pattern, but I will inject the animal service in the app component class, in the parent component, sorry. So here let's go into this parent component, and in this one I am injecting the public animal service of type animal service, finished. And now here this animal service, and now let's go to the app.parent.component.html file. The same thing here, animal service. So this time you will be having animal service from the parent, and here you will be having animal service dot emoji. Now if you see the output for this one, as usual what you have expected, so it will be getting the whale as the output, right? So now let's go to the what I want to tell you is, let's go to this child component. Let's go to the child component.ts file, and here also I will inject the same thing, that is nothing but private animal service of type animal service. Okay, so animal service has been injected, and now let's go to the child.component.ts file, and here also same thing, but here I will try to use the animal service. So here also I will use the animal service. No suggestions. Why I didn't mention this one as okay? Also I have mentioned this one as I will mention this one as public. Now you will be able to get the same output, animal service.emoji. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so here also for the child component also I am able to see the whale as the emoji. But instead of this one, what I will try to do it is, so here I will go to the child.component.ts file, and here in the providers, or otherwise in the view providers. So this time I will take the view providers, and here I will provide animal service, and I will use the value of emoji here, like this I will use it. Now this time what will happen, the output will be changed to the puppy, okay, the value of a dog. So now what has happened here, so now when you try to observe, so the output for this one will be changed in such a way that it is showing the dog thing. So how the output will be, so I will try to explain you here in this one, okay, and I will try to give the logical tree of this one, then you can able to understand it. And this is nothing but a root, this one is a parent, and here also this one is a parent. Now what it is happening here, let's assume that app-parent is injecting the animal service, so that's why it is coming as a whale. Fine, it is coming from the application config, that means from the root provider, and you are having the view, and you are having an app child, and instead of providing it in the providers, I have provided it in the view providers. So that is the reason in the view providers the animal service is the puppy. Now here it is trying to take the animal service dot emoji, and it will try to get the service instance, animal service instance, it will try to get it. So if we go to the parent, it will go to the view thing, and here in this view providers it will able to find the dog. So that is the reason it has been shown as a dog. If it is not available in the view providers, then it will search in the providers. So if it is found means, then you will be able to get it. So for more clarity on this one, what you can do it is, so we will understand about the difference between these providers and also view providers difference. So what I will try to do it is, the view providers file is conceptually similar to the providers only, but there is one notable difference. Configured providers in the view providers are not visible to the projected content. So projected content means something like ng content. So those things will not be visible, view providers. That ends up as a logical children of the component. To see the difference between providers and view providers, I will add another component, something like inspector component. Inspector component will be a child to the child component, and in this inspector.component.ts I will inject the flower service and also this animal service in the constructor. I will try to show you. So let's go into this one. Here I will create new for such a way that ngGC inspector. Okay, inspector. So let's try to create this one so that you will be having a clear understanding about the difference between providers and also view providers. So providers and view providers. So here inspector has been created. So let's go to the inspector.component.ts file. So here I will be adding this inspector.component.ts file. So in this one, in the constructor, I will use public flower service. Okay, and I will use the flower service, and I am using the animal service also, public animal service of animal service. That's it. Flower service and animal service I am using. Now in the inspector component, what I will try to do it is, so here let's go into this inspector.component.html, and here I will paste this one. So this one will be flower service, and here this one will be animal service. Okay, and now where I need to provide this one, so we need to add this inspector component to the child component. So here I will try to add this one in the child component imports array. So let's go to the let's close this one all, and I will go to the child component.ts file, and here in this one I will add this inspector component, and here let's go to the child component.html file, and here I will provide this app-inspector. That's it. So let's try to see the output for this one, how the output will appear. So here you will be able to see the emoji service is coming as a sunflower, and also it is coming as an okay, and also it is coming as in what I want to say, the puppy also, the dog also you will be able to see. And now here what I will try to do it is, so here I will add in such a way that ng content also I will try to use it here. So here I am using the ng content also. Let's try to see how the ng content will behave. Now here we are having this one, right? Now ng content, for this content projection, let's go to the parent.component.ts file, .html file, and here we are having this one, right? And I will try to add app-inspector into this one. Okay, now we need to add this one in our parent.component.ts file, or otherwise it will throw an error. Automatically this has been added. Now if you try to see here in the content projection, in the app-inspector, you will be able to see sunflower and whale has been came, but here the sunflower and the dog has been came. So what is happening here? So let's try to see the logical tree structure, then only you will be able to understand this one, or otherwise we cannot able to understand. So here I am pasting this entire thing, and this one is a parent. Okay, don't get confused about this one. So here also I will use the parent. Now in the parent component, what we have did it, so we have injected the flower service and also the animal service. So the main problem comes with the animal only. If you try to see here, so sunflower, it both are coming, fine, let's leave it. So now here in the animal service, what it is having in the parent, I have used the whale property. That means it is coming from the application config. But in the child, I have provided this one in the view providers. That is nothing but this animal has been provided in the view providers. Now this is the content projection. So this content projection animal service, so it is coming from the whale. Why it is coming from the whale? So for this one animal service injection, so it doesn't have the provider, right? So it is coming from the app-child. So that is the reason we are able to see it like this. And here also inject animal service, it is coming from the whale. Now let's try to see app-inspector. So here it is showing the whale property. Why? Because, so for example, let's go to into this parent.com.html file, and here this is the app inspector, right? So this app inspector, if it tries to check the providers for this one, view providers for this one, so it's not able to find it. So here it is able to see there is a whale property. So that is the reason. So it is able to get this property value. So why? Because so here it will try to get the app inspector. So in this app inspector, the animal service whale has been provided. That is coming from directly from the parent. So that is the reason we are able to get it. And in this app inspector, for example, let's say that if you try to change the value for this one, so so if you want to change the value for this one, child.component.ts file, and if you try to take this view providers thing, Okay, and if you provide it in the view component itself, so what will happen here, entirely automatically the output will change. So here you will be able to see the doc symbol also. If you provide it as a providers also, you will be able to get the same thing only. So just I am trying to show you the output for this one. So from where this check ng content is taking from the view providers. Now if you try to check in the child component, this is the app-inspector, right? And this one is taking from the child component.ts view providers. So this is the place. And if I try to change this one, automatically the value out for this one also will be changed to dsds like this. So this is how actually the what I want to tell is the providers and the view providers will be working. So the view providers will be provided to the view of this one, and the providers will be provided to the ng content of this one. And the structure for this one is, so first it will try to check the view, and if it is available means automatically the doc symbol will be coming here. If it doesn't find means, then it will go to the app-inspector, then it will go like this. So like this the system will be going on. So this is all about the difference between providers and the view providers. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video, we will learn about the visibility of the provided tokens. So when we are trying to use the providers or the view providers, how the visibility of the provided tokens will behave. Let's try to see. Visibility decorators influence where the search for the inspection begins. So I will try to take this one and I will paste it in the notepad so that you people can have a clear understanding. The dependency injection concept and all those things are important in this one. So people and thing and all those things when you are trying to learn about the Angular advanced thing. This reason I am explaining these all things. So visibility decorators, which we have learned, like self, skip, self, host, and also the optional these things. Influence where the search for the injection token begins and ends in the logic tree. To do this, place visibility decorators at the point of injection, that is in the constructor, rather than the point of declaration. Now what I will try to do it is, so here in this one, in our example, we know, right, to alter where the injection starts, the flowers of looking for the flower service, add skip self to the app-child, inject declaration where flower service is injected. This declaration is in the app-child constructor, is known as a child.component.ts. So what I am trying to do here, we are having the child component.ts, right? So for this one, I am adding a skip self here. So what it will try to do, I will try to explain it. So if I am trying to add a skip self here, so now the output for this one will change. So here if you try to check the output, if I refresh this page, so now what happened to this one? Yeah, child component here it has been changed. Now if I try to remove this one, you will be able to see sunflower symbol is there here. And if I add a skip self here, now here it will be changed to hibiscus. So with the skip help, what I have added, the skip self has been added. The app-child injector does not look itself in the for the flower service. So inside this one, it will not, if you have added the skip self, it will not look for the providers in the current component. Instead, the injector starts looking for the flower service at the element injector of the app-parent. So that means in return it will try to look at this app-parent. And in this app-parent also it will find nothing. Then it goes back to the module injector or the app config injector. That is nothing but it will find it as a red hibiscus. So which is available because app-child and app-parent share the same module injector. So the URL address for the hibiscus thing. And if you try to check the logical tree, then you will get a clear understanding. So here in this one, I will try to place it here. Yeah. So here we have added here the injecting flower service with the skip self. So that means here in the app-child it will not look it. And in return it will go for the app-parent or app-root, wherever it may be. Here it is able to find the hibiscus thing. So that's why it has placed it. So that's it. So now, though app-child provides the sunflower, the application renders the red hibiscus because skip self causes the current injector to skip self and look at its parent. So if you now if you add the host to this one, so here for the same thing in the child.component.ts, so if you add for the same things host in addition to the skip self, the result will be null. This is because host limits the upper bound of the search to the app-child view only. Here is the, so here is how we will try to do. And here if I try to add a host to this one, okay, it should be imported from the Angular core, and if you try to see here, we are getting an error. Why? Because so that one returns a null. If I do it here, something like a question mark, and also the question mark, maybe the output will come. I think. Let's try to see. So here we are getting an error. Why? Because I am unable to find the injector, something like that it is saying. Why? Because so if you try to check the what I want to tell you, logical tree structure. So here the logical tree, and here you have injected the flower service with the skip self and also the host, and also optional also you can give it. So then it will return you the null. So now if you have given for this one, in this one, so then it will go for the here only, up to here only. Why? Because it will, the host will search up to the view only, end the search here with null. It will not go to the app-root. It will stop here in the view of the parent. So here the services and their values are same, but the host stops the injector from looking any further than the view for the flower service. So it doesn't find anything, it returns the null. So for returning null, what you need to do, here you need to place the optional for this one. So here also you can place the optional, optional. Okay, that's it. So now here the output you will be able to get it as a null. So we are getting it as a null. So that's why here you will be not able to see anything. So now for the view providers, so let's try to check the same thing for the view providers. Remember that app-child provides the animal service in the view providers. So here you will be able to see animal service provided in the view providers array with a value of dog. Because the injector has only looked at the element injector of the app-child for the animal service, it never sees the weight. Fine. As in the flower service example, if you add a skip self to the constructor for the animal service, the injector won't look in the element injector of the current app-child for the animal service. Instead, the injector will begin the look at the app-root element injector. So that means what I am trying to do. So here we will try to add a skip self to this one. Okay. So now what will happen? So here if you try to check the output, so here the output has been changed to the value. Why? Because so we are telling that not to look at the current host components, to look at its parent. So skip the current component. With skip self in the app-child, the injector begins to search in the animal service in the app-parent element injector and finds the value. That is one thing. So now if I try to provide the host for this one, if you just use host for the injection of the animal service, the result is dog, because the injector finds the animal service in the app-child view itself. The child component configures the view provider so that the dog emoji is provided as the animal service value. You can also see host in the constructor. So here you can add, if you try to add the host, now you will be able to see dog will be outputted here. So that is one thing. So it will check in the host causes injector to look until it encounters the edge of the view. So something like what I want to tell you is, so here it will try to, I will try to show you, and here if you try to see. So for this animal service I have provided the host, right? It will try to check the host stops here only. Why? Because it has found the, in the view only it has found the host value. So that's why it has injected. Add a view providers array with the third animal, something like an, I will try to, in its parent. So what I will try to do is in its parent, I will try to add a view provider. So that means here in our parent component.ts file, so here I will add the view providers. So view providers, add snake here. Okay. So now what will happen? Let's try to see. So now what I will try to do is, now I will add, so if you try to see the output for this one, okay, content projection and all those things, leave it. And now if you try to see the output for this one, here still we are able to see the dog only. So if I try to tell here the skip cell for this one, so that means it will skip the view provider for this one. Now our output will be the snake. Why? Because next add skip self along with the host to the constructor for the animal service injection in the chain component. Here are host and skip self in the app-child constructor. Where host and skip self were applied to the flower service, which is in the providers array, okay, the result was null because skip self for the flower service, the result was null because the skip self starts the search in the app-child injector, but host stops searching at the view only, where there is no flower service in the logical tree. You can see that the flower service is visible in the app-child, not the view. However, the animal service which is provided in the app component view providers array is visible. Now here if you try to see the logical tree for this one, if you observe carefully, which we have did it, and here for this view we have provided skip self and host. So that means, so this provide view provider it will not do, and it will search for the host of this one. So here we are able to see we are having a snake symbol, so that's why we are showing the snake symbol. Skip self causes the injector to start its search for the annual service at the app-parent, not the app-child, where the request originates, and the host stops the search at the app-parent view only. Since annual service is provided by the way of the view provider array, the injector finds the hedgehog and it will show in the view. So that's it. This is all about the providers and the view providers difference. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will try to see the various use cases of the element injector in the Angular. Why I want to tell you about this one is, so use cases of the element injector in Angular. So this is the concept which we are trying to learn it right now. So now what I want to do is, the dependency injection can be customized into a different level. So dependency injection can be customized at different levels to control the availability of the services. So why we use this control the availability of the services? Optimize service management. So like this, optimize the service management, enhance component specific functionality. It highlights the scenarios and all those things based on the component tree, and it can be beneficial to us. The first use case which I want to tell you is the service isolation. Okay. So now I can tell you about the scenario of the use case of this one. Then afterwards we can learn the real-time implementation of this one. The first use case is the service isolation. What is this service isolation? This scenario discusses service isolation by providing a service at the component level rather than globally. So that means we need to provide the service at the component level rather than the globally, that is at the root level. The example, normally the example revolves around a villain list component that retrieves it. So this is the example which we are trying to learn it right now. So for example, let's say that we are having a villains list component, okay, and that villain list component retrieves all the list of villains from a villain service, let's assume. So the problem, what is the problem? Let's try to see the problem and the solution for this one. If villain service is provided at the root level, so that means in app module or in the standalone component, whatever it may be, the service becomes accessible to the entire application. Modifications to this service could inadvertently break the functionality in the components that unintentionally depend on it. That is the main thing. The solution, by providing the villain service at the component level in the components providers metadata, the service becomes isolated to that component and its subcomponent tree. This ensures that each instance of the villains list component has its own instance of the villain service, creating service isolation and preventing unintended dependencies. What is the benefit of this one? This technique encapsulates, so here at the bottom it is there. So this type of technique encapsulates the service within the component, reducing the risk of side effects from accidental dependencies across the application. So this is the basic theory of explanation of this one. So I will try to show you the practical explanation. So why? Because you may be a little bit confused. What is this use case? So this is one type of use case where we need to use the proper way of using of the services. Let's say for example here this is our application. So now what I will try to do it is I am creating a component that is nothing but villains list component. Let's try to create it. It may take some time to create the component. So let it create. So by that time what we will try to do it is I will try to create a villain service. Okay, so here I am creating villain.service.ts file. So here I will be having export class. So let me and let me also and let me increase the font size. Fine. So now export class. Okay, so this one is mistake. Let's try to go and rename this file .ts. We need to maintain it as .ts. Okay. So now let's go here, and here I am writing export class villain service, and this is our thing. And I am not providing this one at the root. Just I am writing it as an injectable. Okay, and this should be imported from the Angular core. Fine. And here I will be having some villains. Let's say these are the villains. Now I will be having a method get villains, and what it will try to do, this method, this dot, sorry, return this dot villains. That's it. So this is our simple class, simple service class. What I want to do here, let me know. Yeah, villains component has been created. Let's go to the villains component. Okay. So this is our TS file, and here what I will try to do, here in the locally I will try to provide this one as villain service. Why? Because that one is not mentioned in the root level. And here I will be having a constructor, and in this constructor I will inject the villain service of type villain service, and here I will be having the villains is equal to array, and here you can write which is of type string of empty. Now here I can write it something like this dot villains is equal to this dot villain service dot get villains. That's it. So now if I want to show this all the data, how can I show in the HTML file? Let's go to the HTML file, and here I want to show @for. Okay, if you want you can also use for. Okay, villain of villains, and here you need to write villain, and in this one I can write div. Okay, villain. That's it. So now let's try to show it in the app component, app.component.html file, and here I can directly use, let's remove this one, app-villain list. Automatically this one will be added in the imports. So now if you try to refresh this page, so maybe it should come. Why it is not coming still? So here it is executed, right? Yeah, now here you will be able to see the Joker, Thanos, Loki and the Voldemort we are able to see. Now what I want to do it is, so fine, so here we are able to see it. So now in this app-villain list, so let's go to our app component.ts file, and here also what I will try to do is I will try to use the providers. Okay, and here I will use the villain service. So now in this one, so here I will be having the villains is equal to inject of villain service dot get villains. Okay, so these are the villains which I am trying to do it. So here I can use it like this also. So now in our app component.html file, here I will use the same concept @for villain of villains, and here I need to, villain I need to use it, and here this should be of type villain, and here I can write it something like div villain. Okay, so we are able to see the same output also we are able to see at the bottom, and here I will try to give the differentiation h1 app component. In the app component we are having, now here you need to understand in such a way that, okay, so here I will try to give h4 so that we can able to see clearly. Yeah, so now here you need to understand in such a way that, so this service instance is present in the villain service instance present in the app component, and the service instance present in the villains list component is not same. Both are not sharing the same instance, both are having a different instance. I will try to show you that scenario. For example, let's say that I am having a div. Okay, I am having a button, let's say show, and here I will try to do add villain. So I will try to add a villain here. Okay, and in this one I will add click. So here in this one click is equal to add villain. So I will try to use an add villain. Now here in this one, let's go to the app.component.ts file, and here at the bottom I will use add villain. So now we need to inject this one, right? So instead of this one, what I will try to do it is, so villain service. Okay, and this one villains is equal to villain service dot get villains. We'll try to do it like this. This one is spelling mistake, we need to use it like this. And if I go to here into this one and into this one, and here the spelling mistake, let's try to open this one, and if you to go to the here and here also it will be getting the mistake. Yeah, so fine. So now everything is fine. So here I will try to add a villain, add villain, and here you will be able to get the villain of type string. Okay, and here this dot villains dot push of villain. So we are pushing this one. So we need to call this one in our app.component file. So here I will try to call it this dot villain service dot add villain, and here I can add something like dark seed. Okay, that's it. So now if I try to click on this one, automatically dark seed has been added, and here you'll be able to see that that has not been updated here. So that means because here the service instance is completely different. Now for example, here I will try to do an add villain. So in our villain list.component file, so here you will be having a button, okay, add villain, and here on click, okay, on click, here also I will try to do add villain. Now you will try to take this one, and here I will try to add villain, and here I can do this dot villain service dot add villain of, this time I will try to use a dead shot. Okay, that's it. So now if you try to see here, when I try to add here in the app component, dark seed will be added, fine, but here it is not getting updated. When I try to add villain here, dead shot will be added, but here this is not getting updated. So that means the instance of this villain service is independent to the villain component, and also it is independent to the app component. So that means the service instance is not shared between these two components. So that means depending on the criteria. So for example, let's say that service, this is called as a service isolation. So that means I am isolating the service from the components. And for example, let's say that if I want to share the instance between these two components, means, so now in the app component, it is a parent, and the service instance should be shared to its child component, that is nothing but a villain component, means. So you can directly remove this villain service in from the villain component. Then what will happen? Let's see. Now if I try to click on this one, automatically dark seed will be added here, and here also it got added. See, previously it is not get added, but it has been added in this one. That means the instance is shared between these two components. Now if I try to add the dead shot here, dead shot is added here, and also the dead shot is automatically added here. Why? Because the same instance is shared between these two components. So that is the reason. So that's why whatever the service or whatever the data is getting updated in one component, the same instance is shared between the other component also, and that's why the data is getting updated. If you want to have a service isolation between these two components, means then you need to provide a service isolation in this way. So now here if I try to provide it, so now this service has its own data and this service has its own data, so that the data will not be collided with each other. So this is the one use case where if you want to make the service instances isolation between the components, means you need to use this type of scenario. So this is the first use case where is called as what is called as a service isolation. So that is the thing what I want to tell you. Instead of rather than declaring it a globally at the root level means here we have declared at the parent level. Then what it will happen, the villain service will be shared to all the components. So modification to this service could break functionality in the components that intentionally depend on it. So that is the thing which I want to explain you. So this is the concept of the service isolation. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the different types of use cases, how we can use the services in our Angular application. The first scenario we have seen is the service isolation. So that is nothing but with the villains list component we have seen it. And now we will try to see about the second scenario, that is nothing but multiple edit sessions. Normally the many applications allow users to work on several open tasks at the same time. For example, let's say that in a tax preparation application, to prepare could be working in several tax returns, switching from one tax to other tax, right? So in that scenario, so if you are having multiple edit sessions, so how we can use the services class and all those things, I will try to explain you. So I will take a simple example for this one also, so that you will be able to have a clear idea about this one. So for this one, I am trying to take the same example which it has been mentioned in our Angular official documentation. So I will try to give a full code explanation to this one. So in order to implement for this one, so what I want to do it is, so first I will try to create a interface for this one. So here let's try to go into this one. So here I will create a new file, hero tax return service. So just I will create a new file. So for this one, what I will try to have an interface. So interface hero tax return. So this is our interface, and this has simple example, say not simple example. So this one I will have an ID. So a tax person will have an ID, and we will be having his name, okay, and we will be having its tax return, the number, the amount what we will be having, and we will be having a clone function. So why will be using this clone function, or otherwise let's try to keep it. So this is our simple tax return, okay. Now what I want to do it is, so here we will be having a app component. Let's go into the app component.ts file, app.component.ts file, okay, and let's minimize this one. So here what I will try to do, here I will have a tax return. So I will try to have a simple tax return code. So just I had it with me. So just I will copy and paste it with for you. So here I will copy this one. Let's say that we are having two persons who we want to write the tax. So I will remove this clone, okay, or otherwise we will have a clone function. So which has a function, okay, clone means nothing but it will return the same hero tax return, okay. So this is the thing, and here I am having a two hero tax returns, area of hero tax returns. So these are the two persons which we will be having, and the tax amount I will be having the tax return, not the tax return, tax amount. Now these are the two persons who we are having. Now let's try to go to the app.component.html file, okay, and for before this what I will try to do is I will create a new component, ng gc hero tax return component. So here I will be creating hero tax return. So let it create. It will take some time to create the component. Let it create it. So it has been created. So I will try to open this. I will try to import this hero tax return. Okay. So hero tax return component. That's it. Now what I want to do it is, so here I need to send the hero tax return component. So for this one, let's go into the app component, and here I will be having the h2. So just I will try to do hero tax returns, okay. So this is our official documentation code, and here I will be having app-hero tax return, and for this one I will try to loop over each one. So ng for, or otherwise you can use the for loop also, at the rate for tax return of tax returns, and here track by tax return dot id, okay. So this tax returns, so don't we have this one hero? Now what is that we'll be having? I forgot the name of this one, okay, sorry, hero tax returns. So fine, so hero tax returns. So that's it, and now I will be passing each tax return to this one. So here I will use tax return is equal to tax return, okay. That's it. So now I am passing each one of this one. So here I will be passing the each one. Now what I want to do, let's go into the hero tax return component. So this is the thing, and now here what we do, so we are sending the data. So let's try to take the data, okay. So before that, what I want to try is, so here I will try to design the HTML for this one. So just a sample HTML, and here I will use the hero edit tax return for, and here we will be getting that guy name, right, tax return dot name. So we will be getting this person name. So if you want, you can use a question mark here, and this one will come as an input value. And now what I want to do here, div, and here I can use the label tax amount. So here I will be writing the tax amount, okay, and this one will be something like, input. Here I will take something like input tax return amount. So here I can write it simple tax return dot amount. So this is the amount which we are getting it from the input. So this is all entirely coming from the input element only. So here I will try to use this input at the rate input tax return of type hero tax return. That's it. So this is the value which we would be getting it from the, and here I will try to make it as in like this. Now let's go into here. So now we are not able to get this errors. So in G model, since it is not an unknown property. Okay, so for this one what we need to do here in the imports, we need to use the forms module. That's it, forms module. Now hopefully the error will go away. Yeah, the error has been gone. And I will try to have some messages in such a way that tax return doesn't exist in the app component. Okay, let's try to go. So here what I want to do it is, so here I will show some simple messages and we will be having this one. So now let's try to remove this button click. Okay, and here also I will try to remove it, and here also I will try to remove it. So that's it. And here we will be having a simple message, and for the time being what I will try to do it is message is equal to empty. That's it. Now let's try to see the output in the app.component.html. So tax return, we are using this for loop, right? So why it is not oh sorry. So here we need to close it here at the bottom. That's it. So now hopefully everything has to work. So here we are able to see, so for one guy Superman we are having, and for another one Batman we are having. That is, these are the two persons which we need to file the tax returns. Okay, app.component.ts file. So here we need to file the tax return. So for example, let's say that if I try to use it something like this and I want to cancel it, so it needs to return back to the old data which we are having. So for example, let's say that I changed it to something around 25,000, but what I want to do here, so I want to somehow get back the original data. So if I want to get the original data, what I need to do, I need to click on the cancel. So cancel means I need to get back the original data. So this is how we need to use it. So same thing for this guy also, we need to get the original data, and for this guy also we need to get the original data. How we can get this one? So let's try to implement this scenario. So multiple edit sessions. So I am trying to do the editing for the multiple edit sessions with using one service. So how can I implement this scenario? Let's try to do it. First one is, let's do the cancel thing. So let's go here on cancel. So here I will use on cancel. Okay, on cancel. So this is the method which we will be having it. On cancel, I will try to do it. So on cancel, if I try to use this on cancel, so let's try to implement the on cancel method. So on cancel means, so what I want to do, so I want to restore the tax thing. So here I want to restore the tax thing. So how can I restore the tax thing is, let's try to see it. So I will be having this on cancel, right? Let's go into the hero.component.ts, and here I will be writing on cancel. So here I will be having in such a way that let's import the tax return service here. Constructor private hero tax return service. Let's try to totally use this one directly. I had with me the code. So hero tax return service, let's try to import it. Yeah, hey, wait, it's not coming. Hero tax return. Okay, we don't have a service, so we need to implement the service. So let's try to implement this service in our next session. So what I am trying to do it here, so just I am trying to do it in such a way that, so here when I am using this cancel thing, so we need to get back the original data. How we can get back this original data? So we need to define the service and we need to do it. I will try to explain you in the next session. So hope you understood about this initial setup of the code. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, we are working on this tax returns, this one, right? So for this one, what we need to do, so we need to implement the cancel thing. So in order to implement this cancel thing, first what we need to do it is, we need to create the service for this one. So let's try to create a service for this one. So for this one, what I will try to do it is, let's go to the hero tax return service, and here I will create a new class, that is nothing but export class hero tax return service, and this is our service. And here we will be having two phases. Let's assume that we will be having two things. First one is original. So actually original, what we are having, private original tax return. Okay, so this is of type tax return. So original one, this should be original one. So whenever we want to get restored means we need to get back this original one. and we will be having the current means the user what he is trying to change it, current tax return. Okay, and this also should be of hero tax return. That's it. So now these are the two things. So we will be having a tax return. Okay, we will be having a tax return whenever you are trying to set the tax return variable for this one. So I want to set it here. So whenever I am trying to use the set, so whenever we are trying to set this one, so I am using a set variable, and here I want to add it in the original one, this dot original, okay, tax return is equal to, and we will be trying to send this one, right, HTR. So that is nothing but hero tax return. So I will try to set it to this one. So whenever we are setting the tax return to this one, that should be set to the original. And also what we need to do, and this one we need to make a copy. So we need to maintain a copy to this one. So how we need to make a, so here what I can do it is, so here you save it in the current tax return also is equal to HTR, but these both are having one same, she will be sharing the same data. So whenever I try to change the original data, current also will be changed. So I don't want to be changed with this current data. So what can I do here? So I can do in such a way that htr, I can do that htr. So we can do it one thing, something like htr. Okay, so this is one way. So this is original. So original, so it will be not modified directly. So now current and original is having different. So now what I want to do it is, so we will be having a get value also, get tax return. Okay, so I will be using the get tax return, and this returns the hero tax return, and what I want to do, return the this dot current. So whenever you want to get the current one, so we will be getting the current one. So this is the thing. So if you want to get back the original one means, so this is the thing. That's it. So now so what we will be having, so here on cancel, so here what I need to do is I need to restore the taxes. So here what I will do it is, so here I will try to restore the taxes. So that is nothing but restore tax return. So I will restore the tax return, and here what I will try to do is this dot current tax return. Okay, so when I am trying to restore it, so here current tax return should be this dot original tax return, and this should be something like dot. So here I need to have I don't want to have a copy. So why? Because that copy will be changed there. So restore tax return. So the current tax return should be the original. So that means we are getting back the original thing. And here let's go into this one on cancel. So I want to this dot current tax, sorry, hero. So here we are not allowing the constructor, right? So here let's have the constructor private hero tax return service, sorry, hero tax return service is equal to hero tax return service. That's it. And here let's try to have it like this. And here whenever I am trying to set the tax return, so we will have a set value also. For this one also we will try to have a set value, so that we can set it in the hero tax return directly. So that could be better, right? So for this one also, so here what I will try to do, input, so we can use it something like, for this input variable also we can use it input set tax return. Here for this one there is nothing but it is of type hero tax return tax return, and in this one what I will try to do it is I will try to set this one as this dot hero tax return service dot tax return is equal to that HTR. There is nothing but it will try to set it in the original and also in the current also. And whenever you want to get it this one, so whenever you want to get this one, so you can use something like get tax return, and here you can write it something like this. So we will be getting back the tax return. That's it. So it gets the current tax return. So tax return means it will always return the current tax return. On cancel what we need to do, this dot hero tax return service dot restore the tax return. That's it. So now the current tax return, the original tax return will come into this one. So here if you try to see the error, hero return service is not provided. Okay, let's go to the providers and try to do it. Hero tax return service. That's it. So now let's try to see the output. Now here whenever I am trying to change the output for this one, and if I click on the cancel, see I am getting back the original thing. Why? Because I am able to get the original thing. And here if I try to change it to 34,000, and if I want to get back the original value means, so I can get back the original value. because I am getting back, I am restoring the tax return. Whenever I am getting the tax return, I am saving it in both in the original and the current. Whenever I am trying to do it, the current tax return will be restored by the original tax return. So that's it. So now, so fine. So this is fine. So fine, right? So why? Because we will be using this tax return, and this tax return is related to the services tax return, and this tax return always returns the current tax return. So that's why current tax return is changing. That's why it is changing. So now on cancel it is finished. So now another one what I want to do it is on save. So when I try to save it, so let's try to do it on save. So here what I will do it is on save. So let's go to the hero tax return, and here we will be having it, right? On click is equal to on saved. So this is the on saved. So let's try to have the on saved method here. So it's a simple thing only. So we will try to have the saved method on saved. So we will be trying to save this tax return. So let's try to have the same thing only. So what I will try to do, so I will try to have a method in such a way that save tax return. Okay, let's go to the service and try to implement that tax return. So save tax return. Save tax return means what it will try to do, original tax return. This dot original tax return. So will be saved with the current tax return. That's it. This dot current tax return. That's it. So original tax return will be saved with the current tax. So it will be saved with the current tax return. And the last one which you will be having is the close thing. So close thing is a different. Close thing on close means so you can have a close thing. That's a different thing. So now if you try to, so this one is finished, right? Now let's try to have it something like 15, and I have saved it. Okay. And when I am trying to change back to 55,000, and if I click on the here, so I will get back to 15,000 which I have saved it. Why? Because I am trying to save it in the original tax return. And this one is cancel means, so here if I try to change it to 56, and if I am clicking on the cancel, so here I am able to get the 15,000, and if I click on the 67,000 as this one, and I have saved it this one, and here if I try to change it to 10,000 something like this, and if I click on the cancel, it will be 15,000, and if I try to change it to some number, and if I click on the cancel, the 67,000, but that means the current session will be stored in each component. So here I am trying to save the multiple edit sessions for the service, and both of them is storing its own object for this one. So this is what about the multiple edit sessions, how we will be using the service in the Angular. Hope you understand about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the another use case. This is the last use case for using the services. That is nothing but using the specialized providers in the standalone components. Specialized providers means I will try to show you with a simple example. So let's say that we are having two services. So I will try to create the services. So here I will be creating the service in such a way that, so here I will be creating a service that is nothing but, let's say that I am having a generic car.service.ts. Okay. So this is our simple file car.service.ts, and this one will be having injectable. Okay, sorry, injectable, and in this one export class car service. Okay, so this is the service which I will be having, and let's assume that I will be having a get car, and for this get car, so what I will try to do here, let's assume that we will be having a car interface. So I will be creating a car interface at the top here only. So here we will be having a car interface, and for this car what I will try to do it is I will try to return this value. So there is nothing but name and all those things, and this one will take the car. That's it. So now here we are returning this one. So let's say that I am having another service that is nothing but sports car. So sports car dot service dot ts file, and we will be having the same code in such a way that how the car dot service dot ts will be having, and I will try to copy and paste it here. So this time we will not have this car thing, and let's import this car thing from. So I am importing this one. So this one is a sports car. So I will be having this sports car, and this one will have a V8 engine. Let's assume. So that's it. So this is our sports car. Sports car. So these are the two services we are having. Let's say that I am having two components. So one is car component, and another one is the NGGC car. So I am having one car component, and I will be having another component is a sports car component. So I will be having another one is a sports car component. Let's try to get the sports car. So I am having this one also, sports car. And apart from this one, I will be having another component that is nothing but engine. Okay. So here I will try to create an engine. So I am creating an engine also. So engine means it will show you the specifications of that particular car. So these are the two cars which I am having. And let's go to the app.component.ts file. So let's go to the app.component.ts file. So here I will be including the two things, that is nothing but car component, and also I will be including the sports car component also, sports car component, that's it. And let's go to the app.component.html file. So I don't want to, I will remove this entire thing, and here I will write app-car, okay, and here I will be using app-sports-car, okay, fine, done. And now you will be having an engine component. And in this engine component, we will inject the car service constructor private car service of type car service. So we will import this car service, and here, so let's say that we will be having a car details, so which is of type car, and here we will be using something like this dot car service, this dot car is equal to this dot car service dot get car, that's it. So you will be getting the car, so for this one. And for this engine component, so what I will try to do, I will try to write the code in such a way that, so here we will be having in our engine component.html file, so I will paste this one, car.name and car.engine, that's it. So here in our car.html, just I will use the app-engine, okay, and in our sports car component.html also I will be using app-engine. So I want to show this engine, right? So I will be using these two things. And here let's go to the car.component.ts file. So here we need to import the engine, okay, and here also we need to import the engine component. So fine, app-engine is not a known element, so it will go away. So now, so here we are having the sports car component. So now what we need to do, so this time it is not showing anything, so we will be getting an error in the console. Let's try to see the console error. So it is telling that I am unable to know about the car service. Why? Because we haven't injected the car service anywhere. So here you need to understand the specialized thing. So now here we are having the parent. What is the parent element? That is nothing but app.component.ts file, right? So here in this one, in the providers, if you mention the providers and if you mention the car service, okay. So if you mention the car service, let's try to see what could be the output here. So if you try to provide this one, so for both of this one, it is showing the something like generic car and generic car, but the second one it should be a sports car. So that means it needs to get an instance of the sports car. So how can I get this one? So if you inject the sports car here, so sports car service, if you inject this one, so whether will this solve the problem? So no, it doesn't solve the problem. Why? Because the engine component is using the car service, so which is a generic car service. And also if you try to see here, this engine component is used in the two components, that is nothing but car component and also the sports car component also it is using. So now it is time for us to send the correct instance. So in this one, so what we can send it is, so here the car component, let's go to the car component.ts file. So this is the provider which is necessary, which is useful to provide the correct service. So here in this one you will use the providers of car service. So here instead of providing this one, before this, so we will try to remove this one here in our app component, app.component.ts file. So I am removing this entire car service. Why? Because so this app component is not responsible. So now the individual car component, so if you try to see here, so this is responsible. So what is the component we need to send it? So providers car service, okay, car service. So I am sending this one. So if you try to see here, so now we are able to get only one thing, that is nothing but car service. We are able to get it. No provider for the car service. We are able to get this one. So now what I need to do here in this one, now let's go to the sports car component also, and here also we will try to import the providers car service. That's it. Now let's try to see the output for this. So now if you try to see here, now we are able to get the output. Why? Because we are providing the providers for the car service, sports car component, and the car component we are trying to provide it. Fine. So everything is working fine. But the sports car component should not send the car service. It should send the sports car service. Okay. So let's try to send the sports car service. sports car service. Now if you try to see the output for this one, again we are getting an error. Why? Because so we are unable to find the element service. So here what we need to do it is, so here we need to use the specialized providers. That is nothing but provide. So what is the name we are using? The place car service, and we need to use the class. So here we need to use sports car service. So we are telling that you need to use the sports car service for this one. Now if you try to see the output, so now here you will be able to see a sports car V8 engine, and for this one you will be able to see a generic car V4 engine. So this is how we need to use the specialized providers. We need to plan according to this one. So if you are having the same component and it is using the a single service means, so you need to, whatever is the provider you need to provide it, so you need to think for this one. So this is the use case how you will be planning for using the services. Hope you understood about this specialized providers for using in the Angular. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will try to learn about the one important concept, that is nothing but optimizing the bundle size. So this is one of the advanced dependency injection technique in the Angular. So specifically focusing on optimizing the bundle size for an application by using lightweight injection token. I will try to tell you one pattern. This is especially useful for library developers who want to make sure that their libraries don't unnecessarily increase the size of a client applications that only uses a subset of their library functionality. So let's try to break down the important concepts and the point. So first one is the optimizing the application size via tree shaking. So here optimizing the application size via tree shaking. So the first one is Angular has a mechanism called the tree shaking, which means it removes the unused code from the final bundle of a client application. For example, let's say that if a service or a component from a library is not used in the client application, the Angular compiler removes it, ensuring that the application bundle stays as small as possible. So this is one thing. And the next one is, However, this tree shaking process can be hindered by the way injection tokens are used, leading to unused components or services being retained in the bundle, even though they are not utilized in the application. So this is the thing which I want to tell you. So now I will try to tell you when the tokens are retained. I will try to tell you the process. For example, let's say that I will try to take one example which is useful for us. So let's say I am creating two components. That is nothing but ng gc lib card library card. Okay, I will create another component also, library header component. Let's try to create it. And also I am creating another component, that is nothing but ng gc library header card. Okay, lib header card. I will create these two components. Let's try to create it. So before creating this one, so I want to tell you the process, right? So here I have told you the first one is optimizing the application size via tree shaking. So that means here first of all what we need to do, we need to decrease the application size always via tree shaking. When the Angular compiler always does the tree shaking whenever we are trying to compile the application. So the Angular compiler, it will remove that whenever any service or a component in the application, if you are not using it, automatically the Angular compiler will remove it. This is what this process is called as a tree shaking. So now this tree shaking process can be hindered by the way injection tokens are used, leading to unused components or services being retained in the so the tree shaking process will be involved in a particular type of injection tokens. So for example, if you are trying to use unused token or services, so these will be retained in the bundle even though they are not utilized in the application. I will try to tell you how the tokens will be retained so that the bundle cannot remove the components of the services. The first one is when tokens are retained. So this is the thing which you need to understand. So when the tokens are retained. So in Angular, first of all you need to understand what is a token. So in Angular, a token is something that it is used to look up a dependency in the dependency injection system. Component classes, services and other objects can be used as a token. That is one thing. So I will try to tell you two specific scenarios which can prevent from the tree shaking. So there are two specific scenarios which causes tokens to be retained, preventing the tree shaking. So when this token is retained means, so the component classes, services and other objects can be used as a tokens, right? so when these tokens will be retained, so that it will prevent it from the tree shaking. So I will try to tell you. So for example, let's say that the first one is in content queries. In content queries, such as when you are using content child or the content children, to get access to the child component, example library header component which we have created inside the library component. So I will try to use this library header component inside the library code component using the content child. So when you try to use like this, then the tree shaking will be prevented. So the tree shaking will not be happen. And another one is the in the constructor injection, where a class is injected using dependency injection. So in this place also, in the constructor injection also, if you have a class is injected using dependency injection, then also the token will be retained, so that this prevents the what I want to tell you is tree shaking. I will try to tell you the best example for this one. So where the tree shaking will be prevented. For example, let's say that here this is our example. So here we are having library card header and the library header component. Now let's say that, let's go to the app.component.html file. In this one, let's say that I am having a div, and here I will be using app-library-card, and inside this one I am using app-lib-header card. Okay, so this inside this one I am using it as an ng content. So that means in app.component.ts file, so I am importing this one. Now let's say that in the library card.component, okay, so in our HTML file, so this is our code, and here I will be using it as an ng content, so that the content, whichever that thing you are mentioning between the component, so it will be rendered here. Let's open this library card component.ts file. So in this one, if you want to refer the component of that one, content child, so what you will try to do, so first one is you will try to mention it as an @content child. Okay, so here you will be using library header component, and here you will be using header or anything, whatever it may be. So you will be using it as a library header component, and sometimes it could be null also, so null. And here if you try to mention ng after content init, okay, when this content will be init, and if you try to check the console.log this dot header, now you will try to see we'll try to see the output for this one. Now here in the console, if I refresh this, so we are able to get the library header component. Why? Because so we are accessing this library header component. Now let's say that for some reason I am removing this library header card, and I am not using this library header card, and here also I will be trying to remove this one. So now when you mention this one, so here we are getting it as an undefined. Let's say that here in our main.js, the file size is still 76.7 KB only. For example, if I try to mention this one, and here in our app.component.html, if I try to mention here, then also, so here it is still 76.9 MB. If I remove this one, it will become something like 2 KB lesser. Why? Because so we have removed some of the code. So that means, so here we are not using any reference for the library header card. Okay, and also here also I am not using any reference for the library header card. So that means automatically the main.js file should be decreased. For example, let's say that in our library here also, if I try to remove this one, automatically see here how much file size it will be decreased. See, automatically 73.6 KB has been decreased. So that means automatically the library header card component has been removed. But if I add it here, normally actually we are not using this library header component, but still it is injected. So this is the thing. Why? Because here the token is retained. So here I want to tell you that here is the token is retained. So now when the Angular compiler is compiling the code, so it cannot able to distinguish. Okay, it cannot able to distinguish that. So the token is retained. It cannot remove that unnecessary component in the from the bundle via tree shaking. And the another one which the scenario happens is, for example, let's say that you are using the constructor injection. So I am using the constructor, and here you can use a type specification. Okay, so in the constructor injection, so I can use it. So here I can mention it something like @optional, it should be imported, and here I can mention it as an other, something like lib header component. Here also I can mention it, and instead of this one, here I can use the other. That's it. So now if you mention this one also, okay, if you mention like this also, so now here this dot header, so here it will be this dot other. Anything you can mention it, header also you can mention, not a problem. So then also if you are trying to see it, still it is 76.9 KB only, and in the console you will be able to see it is an undefined. If I remove from here also, if I add it here, Okay, if I add it here and if I try to add it here also, if you try to see the output for this one, so we are able to get the library header component. So we are not throwing an error, but still the code is there. Okay, so this is what I want to tell you. So here also the token is getting retained. So here in the library card the token is retained. So because of that reason, so we are not able to remove, the Angular compiler cannot able to remove it. In the constructor, the library header component is injected, which means library header component is kept in the bundle even it is not actually used. In the content query, in the content child, the library header component causes the library component class to be retained even if it's not included in the template. Even though type references like other library header component TypeScript type animations can be erased at compile time, value position references like the use of library header component inside the inject or content child are required at runtime, hence they prevent the tree shaking. So another one before this, what I have used directly the content child I have used it, right? So the issue arises because Angular compiler must retain the tokens used in content queries or constructor injection. Even if a component like library header component isn't used in the final application, it cannot be tree shaken. Why? Because its token is needed at runtime in the parent component. The library card component queries the library header component using a content child, and even if the header is not included in the template also, there is nothing but app-library-card. With no app-library header component, the token for library header component is retained because it cannot be tree shaken. So what is the solution for this one? So why? Because here in our app.component.html, if I am not using this one means, so that means automatically I am not using this component. So this means this needs to be tree shaken. It needs to be removed. So what is the solution for this one? So how I can use it? So for this one we need to use the lightweight injection token. So I will try to explain you this one, the solution for this one in the next video. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, I have shown you how the unused components will not be removed when the tokens are retained. So that is one thing, the two scenarios in which the tokens will be, the unused components will not be removed, preventing the tree shaking is the two scenarios I have. Those are nothing but the content queries and also the constructor injection. So these are the two scenarios where the tokens will be used, and if you try to not use the components also, because of the tokens retainment, the tree shaking will not be possible. So how can we make this one working? So now for example, let's try to see here. So these are the two things we have seen it, right, in the constructor injection and also in the content query. So now how can we find a solution for this one? There is nothing but using the lightweight injection tokens. So we need to use the lightweight injection tokens. So what is this lightweight injection tokens? So here I will try to explain you. In order to avoid retaining these unnecessary tokens and components in the final bundle, lightweight injection tokens are used. The goal is to create an abstract token that can be tree shaken, while the concrete implementation, example library header component, can still be injected if needed. So that is one thing. So how we can do this one? So first of all, what we need to do? First of all, we need to create a lightweight injection token as an abstract class which represents the dependency. So let's try to create an token for this one. So here for this one in the services, let me go into the services. Here I will create a token that is nothing but library header token.ts file. So now if I try to use this one, so here we will be having an abstract class library header token, and this one is our thing, and I will try to export this one. So this is our is an abstract class library header token. So now first one is the second step. What we need to do it is provide the concrete implementation using the use existing associating the token with the actual component. So let's go to the library header header component.ts file, and here we will try to do something like providers, and here I will use, so it is an array, and here provide the library header token, and it should use the existing instance only. So we have learned about this use existing also, library header component, that's it. So now this can be used as an library header token also, that's it. So now what we can do it here, so we can extend this one. So extends library header token, that's it. So now this is the implementation for this one. The third one is reference this token in the parent component. That is nothing but library token call, library card. So here let's open this one. So we need to reference this one. So how we can reference? Instead of using this content chain, so I will try to remove it directly here. So instead of using this library header component, I will use the library header token. Okay. So here we need to use the library header token, and we can remove this library header component. Okay. Why? Because we will not use this one, and content chain also. So here we will be using library header token. That's it. So now we have implemented this one. By doing this, the library component card component no longer has any direct references to the library header component. Angular can now properly tree shake the library header component if it is not used, as only the small abstract token library header token is retained. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Now why it is important for the bundle size? So now here let's try to see the implementation for this one. So here if you refresh this page, okay, so if you try to refresh this page, and here if you try to see, it is undefined. Why? Because we are not implementing this one. So let's try to check the file main.js file size. So still it is 77.7 KB. Why? Because in our app.component we are still referencing it. So we need to remove it from the app component here. So here if I try to remove it, try to observe carefully, it is 77.7 KB. Now the main.js file, it is only 74.4 KB. So that means it has been removed. Okay, 74.4 KB. Now if I try to use this app.component.html into this one, previously it was not removed, app hyphen library hyphen header hyphen card. Okay, and we need to import this here. So it is imported. Now if you try to see, directly it has been increased to 77.8 KB. So this is the thing. So now when you are not using the library head component, means automatically the unused component has been removed. Okay, so only the small abstract token has been used, unused component has been removed. So now for example, let's say that, so this is one thing, why is this important for a bundle size? If you directly reference, so for example, let's say that, why is this important for the bundling size? I will try to explain you. So why is this important for bundle size? If you directly reference large components or services, they will be included in the bundle even if the application doesn't use them. By using lightweight tokens, the concrete implementation of these components can be removed from the bundle if they aren't used in the application. So this pattern ensures that unused parts of your library don't end up in the client's bundle, leading to smaller application sizes and faster load times. So now example with the API definition. For example, let's say that if a parent component needs to call a method in the child component, that method should be defined in the abstract class. For example, let's say that, so if you are having a library token, let's say that here in our card, so we are having some method, okay, do something, okay, we are having some method, and here we will be using console.log do something method called. Okay, so I want to call this method in which one? In our parent component, that is the library component. So here I need to call it, that is nothing but other dot do something. If I try to use it like this, it will represent an error. Why? Because here we are representing the library header token, not the library header component. This method is existed in the library header component. So what we need to do, let's go to into this one, and here we need to mention the abstract, as this one is the only the declaration will be there, do something, and I can use do something, and which returns a value of void. That's it. So now if you try to see the output implementation in the library component, so here we are not able to see. So here you can write in such a way that if this dot other means nothing but the component is available, then we will write a condition like this. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see here in the console you will be able to see do something method called. Okay, and this undefined, why it is coming undefined, somewhere we have written anything. So this is how we are able to get it. And now if you try to see the network component also, the main.js, so here the file size also it has been there. So if I try to remove here, automatically the file size will be decreased. So here if I try to refresh this page, here if I try to refresh this page, automatically, okay, here it is not decreased. Why? Because in our app.component.ts file still the reference will be there. So if I try to remove here, so now automatically the file size will be decreased for the main.js from 78 to 74. As the component file size is is a small one, so that's why we are able to see only the 4 KB down. So this is one thing. If a parent component, so the method should be defined in the abstract class also. So in this case, if library header component is used, Angular will inject it and the library card component and call do something. If library header component is tree shaken because it is not used, then there will be no reference to it and no runtime method also will occur. So naming conventions also you should be very important. To maintain clarity in your code, you should name your tokens and components clearly. Components follow the standard Angular naming conventions with a component as a suffix, such as the library header component. Tokens use the component base name with a token suffix, such as library header token. This makes it clear which class is the abstract token and which is the concrete implementation. In summary, what I want to tell you is, before closing of this one, the lightweight injection token pattern helps prevent unnecessary coding from being included in the final binding, enabling the tree shaking. This is important when creating the library used by other application, as it helps ensure that only the parts of the library actually used by the client are included in the final application bundle. This pattern involves using a small abstract class as a token and referencing this token instead of the concrete class in the components or the content queries. Hope you understood about this dependency index optimizing the application bundling size. This is one of the pattern. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the how to provide the custom providers with the injection token. Let's try to understand about this one. The topic is today's the custom providers with the inject. So this is the topic in this video. So what is this one? So now we need to understand about this concept. So let me explain you about this concept before proceeding with a simple example. In Angular, dependency injection is a design pattern. So we know that dependency injection in Angular is a design pattern that allows a class to receive its dependency from external sources rather than creating themselves. Normally in a component, it's a class. Generally component is a class. So whenever you want to have any other dependencies or anything means, so it will not create, the component will not create the instances of its own. So it will try to ask from the external sources rather than creating itself. This is what I am trying to explain you here. A provider is an instruction that tells Angular how to obtain a value for the dependency. And that dependency, it will be asking it, right? That further dependency, how it will get it is using a provider. So that is one thing. Sometimes, so what will happen is, so you need to understand another one. Sometimes you need to provide a custom values for certain dependencies, especially when you are dealing with external APIs or browser features like local storage, which Angular doesn't handle natively. This is where custom providers and the inject decorator comes into handy play. So that is one thing. So now let's try to untake one scenario and we will try to explain that scenario with a simple example. So the scenario is, I will try to explain you with a local storage. Imagine that you have a service that needs to interact with the browser's local storage. Instead of directly accessing the local storage in the service, you will use the Angular's dependency injection system to inject it, making your service easier to test and more flexible. So that is one thing. So what we will try to do, instead of using the local storage, what generally we will do, the local storage means, if you try to use the local storage in your application means, you will use local storage.get item, local storage.set item. So like this, it is automatically by default available in the browser's window variable. But in Angular, instead of accessing directly this one, so we will create an Angular dependency injection system to inject it, so that making your service easier to test and more flexible. So how we can do this one? So the first step is injection token. So we need to create an injection token. So for this one, what we will try to do? So injection token. What is this injection token? This is a token that Angular can use it to inject a specific value or dependency. It's especially useful when you want to inject a value that is not a class or a service. The second one is you need to provide the factory function. Okay, so we will provide the factory function. It is used to return the value or object that should be injected for the token. In this case, it returns the local storage object. And the last one which we will be using is the inject decorator in the constructor thing. Allows you to specify exactly what token should be injected into the constructor of your class. So now let's try to see with a real-time example for this one. For this one, what I will try to do it is, I will create a browser storage service. So this service or the provider is responsible in order to interact with the local storage. Instead of directly interacting the window.local storage in our application, so we will access it through the service, so that the testing and all those things will be very easily, we can do it for the service for the flexibility matter. So let it create the service for it. So here the files has been created. So let me open the browser.storage.ts file and also the browser.spec file also. So this is also important, right? Browser, I will explain you at the last how we can write the testing scenario for this one. So now fine. So now first what we need to do, we need to create an injection token. So token we need to create it. Okay, let's try to create export constant. I will create a name something like browser underscore storage. So this is the token name, and it should be new injection token. Injection spelling mistake, injection token, and it will take of type storage. Okay, and here you need to give the name browser storage, so whatever it may be the name, and here this is an object, so I am providing it the provided root so that the token will be available in the application, right? And here you will be having a factory, and this factory it will return the local storage. That's it. Fine. So this is our storage, and now we need to inject it here. So inject of browser underscore storage, and here you can give something like whatever the private function or public function, however you want to use it, you can use it. Something like public storage of type storage. So now we will be having the two functions, like let's say get, and it will take the key, and I can close this one so that you people can able to understand clearly. Key of type string, this dot storage dot get item of key. Okay, key, and this one should return the value. Okay, and we will be having another one is set, and this takes the value key of string and value of string also, and this also should set the value, this dot storage dot set item of key comma value. That's it. So this is the implementation of this one. So now I will try to explain you clearly. First of all, what we are trying to do it is we are defining an injection token. We created a constant browser underscore storage using injection token storage. This token tells Angular that we are providing something of type storage, soft type storage, and the token includes a factory function. Okay, local storage. This function is responsible for returning the local storage object from the browser's window. Now next one is we are creating a service. Browser storage service is an Angular service that uses the local storage to store and retrieve the data. So this main service motive is this one. So for that motive to achieve, what we are trying to do, we are injecting the browser underscore storage decorator is applied to the storage parameter in the constructor. This tells Angular to inject whatever the value corresponds to the browser storage token. In this case, the value applicable for this browser underscore storage is the local storage object. So how you can use this one? So the service now has access to local storage through dependency injection. The get and set methods are allow you to interact with the Windows local storage without directly referencing it, making the service more modular and testable. So now here, if you try to see here, let's try to delete everything. I am clearing everything. And if you go to the app.component.ts file, so app.component.ts file, I will try to show you. So in the constructor, let's have in the constructor, I can inject private storage of type browser storage service. So here we need to use the browser storage service, and now here you can use something like this dot storage, dot get of, or otherwise set of channel name. I can have whatever the name I want, and here I can give Leela webdev. That's it. So now if you try to refresh this page, automatically here a channel name will be created. See, Leela webdev has been created. So this is way, instead of having directly referencing the window local storage, we are using a browser storage service, and using that browser storage service provider, we are interacting with the window browser APIs like local storage. So why we use this approach? So this is the main thing which you people may be getting it out, right? So why we use this approach is, so testability thing. Okay. So testability, and what I want to tell you is testability, flexibility, and the separation of concern. So these are the three major factors which we will be trying to use it. So I will try to explain you about why we use this approach in the next video. So this is how we will be using the browser API storage like methods in the outside features. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela webdev. So in the previous video, we have seen the approach, nothing but how to access the external sources like the browser APIs or external sources, through the Angular dependency injection to how to create a token and how we can use the token with the custom providers with the inject token. We have seen it. So now we need to understand that why we need to use this approach. The first one why we need to use this approach is the first one is the testability. So that is the first one. So what is the testability means? By using dependency injection, okay, by using the dependency injection to inject the local storage, you can easily replace it with a mock implementation during testing. So normally we will be using the unit test cases, we will use the mock implementation. Why? Because instead of directly accessing the local storage and all those things, so it will be, so here local storage accessing means is okay, fine. So if you are having any other thing which resources is costly means, then we will be using the mocking implementation. For example, in unit test you can inject a mock storage service instead of the real storage service, avoiding side effects like data persistent across the tests. And another one is you can override the provider, okay. So you can override the provider of browser storage with a mock implementation like this. So directly you can override this one by a mock implementation, provide browser storage, use value of mock storage, okay. The next one is the flexibility. So what is this flexibility? So here you can swap the implementation of the local storage with another storage mechanism like session storage or custom service. For example, let's say that you are trying to use the local storage and now immediately they have asked you to change the implementation of the local storage to the session storage. So directly in the factory function you can directly change the implementation of this local storage to the session storage so that the data will be stored in the storing in the session storage just by changing the factory function or the provider. That's it. Next one is the separation of the concern. So this is also one of the important things, separation of the concern. So what is the usage of this one? The service doesn't know or care about the actual implementation of the storage mechanism. So here the service, whichever you are trying to use the service and all those things, so it doesn't know actual implementation storage mechanism. It simply interacts with whatever is injected via the browser storage token. This follows the principle of inversion. So this is called as an inversion of control, where the logic of how dependencies are created is moved outside of the service. So that is one thing. So I will try to show you one testing example so that you can able to understand it clearly. So here I am using the same thing, browser storage service is there, right? I will be creating the browser storage spec.ts file. So by this you can able to understand it clearly easily. So here in your test you can provide a mock storage object instead of the real storage, local storage. This allows you to stimulate how local storage behaves without affecting the real environment. So for this one what I will try to do, here I will create a mock storage. So here I am creating a mock storage object. So just I will create a mock storage object. So here the mock storage means nothing but the implementation of the local storage. Here I am using the get item and set item. So for this get item I am returning always the mock value only so that I can able to test it. And the set item means I am setting the value, I am not doing anything. Okay. So here we need to configure the testing module. So we need to create the modules for this one. So the modules what it will be trying to use it. So here we are using the mock storage and now in the before each. So every time when the test is executed, this before each method will be executed. Here we need to write the configuration testing module. So for this one what we need to do. So here we know that in this object, so we need to provide the providers. So what are the providers we need to have? So that is nothing but browser storage module. So this is browser storage service. So and now in this browser storage service, this needs a dependency injection. What it is, this dependency injection needed is browser storage. Now I will try to provide this browser storage also, but this time I will provide it with a mock storage. Okay. So this is how. So now what I am trying to do, I am creating a module for this one. In this module what I am trying to test is the browser storage service, and we know that this browser storage service is dependent on the browser underscore storage. Because of that reason I am injecting the provide browser underscore storage to this mock storage. Okay. And here I am injecting the browser storage services. So now here I can test it without any problem. So here I will test it without any problem, like now this one. So this is how we can test it. So the testing will be very much simpler. So you are providing the mock implementation of the local storage via browser storage to test how the services behave. The summary of this process. So now what I want to tell you is the total summary of this process. I want to explain it to you. So what is that I have did it. So first one is I have defined an injection token to represent the local storage, and I have created a factory function for the token which returns the local storage object, and I have used the inject in the service to inject the local storage dependency via the browser storage token. And the testability, easily replace the local storage with a mock implementation for unit tests, and also the flexibility, swap the storage mechanism without changing the services code. So now this is a clean and a modular way to inject the browser specific APIs like local storage into your Angular services using the custom providers. So this is how we will be using the advanced way of using the dependency injection. So hope you understood about this concept. So the usage of this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, I will try to tell you another topic in the dependency injection thing. So which I want to explain you, as you people are already aware of this one. The second topic which I want to explain you is the element ref concept. So the second topic, so which we are discussing right now, the first topic is the custom providers, and the second topic discusses injecting a component's DOM element using Angular's element ref. Although Angular encourages developers to manipulate the DOM indirectly through data binding directives and structural directives, sometimes direct access to the DOM is necessary, such as when using third-party libraries, performing animations, or applying styles dynamically. So this thing. So that means what I was trying to tell you is when you want to manipulate the DOM manipulation or anything, so we can use it with the data binding directives, structural directives, like this we can do it. But sometimes we need a direct manipulation of the DOM. So now what we need to do it. So how we can do this one? So for this one, what we can do it is we can use the element ref. In Angular, element ref is a wrapper around a native DOM element that allows you to interact with it directly. The element ref class can be injected into a component or a directive, enabling you to access and manipulating the underlying DOM element. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So the element ref, we can inject it directly through dependency injection. We can inject it directly. So why we need to use the element ref? So that is one thing which I want to explain you. So now you understood about the element ref, that is an injected into a component or a class or anything directive. So which enables you to access and manipulate the DOM element. So why we need to use the element ref? Angular encourages you to avoid direct DOM manipulation to keep your code platform agnostic, more testable, and easier to maintain. However, there are cases where you may need to bypass Angular. You may need to bypass the Angular's declarative nature and work with the DOM directly. So now I want to tell you about this one. Angular's declarative nature can work DOM directly. So now here, interfacing with the third-party libraries that rely on the DOM manipulation. Okay, applying the dynamic styles or animations that can't be done through Angular templates or directives. Accessing a specific properties or attributes of an element that aren't easily available through Angular's built-in features. So these are the things. So now what I want to do, the key concepts are element ref, a class provided by Angular that gives you. So what is this element ref? So element ref is nothing but a class. It is a class, just it's a class. It will be injected in a component or directive. A class that is nothing but element ref is a class provided by Angular that gives you access to the native DOM element of a component or a directive. It has property native element. It has a proper native element which references to the actual DOM node. So using this native element, you can manipulate the DOM and everything. You can manipulate the DOM directory just like you would do with the plain JavaScript. So I will try to explain you a simple example. Suppose the app highlight directive. So you people are already aware of this highlight directive, right? So I want to explain you that concept only. So let's try to create a directive, okay, in the services or somewhere else. So I will create a directive. That is nothing but I am creating an highlight directive, okay? Highlight directive.ts file. So this is our directive, and here we need to mention it as a directive. Directly we should mention it as a directive. So let's implement this directive thing. So why it is taking some time? I don't know. Let's wait. So we got the implementation directive, and here we need to mention the selector for this one. So just like the selector, and here you can give app highlight. Okay, so this is the name, and now we need to write export class highlight directive. Okay, so this is the class, and in the constructor we need to inject the element ref, private element of type element ref. Okay, so now whenever we are trying to do an update thing, inject it to get the access to the DOM element. So let's say that we are having an update method. Okay, so now directly we can manipulate the DOM to change the text color. So here when you are trying to do it is, so this dot element dot native element dot, so here you can apply something like style dot color is equal to red. So you can directly use it like this, update. So now the directive separate. So here I will try to explain you. The highlight directive is created with the selector app highlight. This means that whenever you apply the highlight directive to an element, Angular will apply this logic. Injecting element ref in the so in the constructor, element ref is injected as a private member element. This gives access to the native DOM element that the directive is attached to. And the update method access element dot native element dot style to change the text color the associated DOM element to it. This is done directly. This is done by directly manipulating the style property to the native DOM element. So how we can use this one? Okay. How we can use this one? So how we can use this one is, so wherever you are using in our app.component.html or anywhere, so you can directly use like this p and then app highlight. So whenever this update method is called in various events like button click or anything in the lifecycle hooks, so you can call this app highlight update method so that the text color automatically it will turn into a red color. So this is how you will be using the directive. So these are all the things we have already did in the previous videos. So this is how we will be injecting the element ref. Best practices for using the element ref. So one thing is use sparingly. So the best practices which I want to explain you is, first one is use sparingly. Direct DOM access should be avoided wherever it is possible. Angular's declarative approach, example data binding, directives, etc. is preferred because it works across different platforms and makes your application more maintainable and testable. So that is one thing. And also another one is security concerns. You need to remember about the security concerns. Direct DOM manipulation can expose your app to security risks such as cross-site scripting attacks if you are dealing with user-generated content. Always sanitize input or avoid direct access when dealing with dynamic content. And another one is platform agnostic. So platform agnostic means Angular applications can be rendered on different platforms such as mobile with NativeScript or desktop with Electron. So relying on browser-specific APIs or manipulating the DOM directly can reduce the portability. And next one is you need to understand another one is, so avoid modifying the DOM in ng on init. If you must manipulate the DOM, avoid doing it in ng on init. Instead use lifecycle looks like ng after view init that run after the view is fully initialized, ensuring that the DOM is ready. So there is one thing. Apart from this one, there is also an alternative to element ref, that is nothing but render to. So instead of this element ref, so here I want to explain you another one. Instead of element ref, Angular provides renderer 2 which allows safe DOM manipulation across different platforms. It is a more abstract way to manipulate the DOM and should be preferred over element ref. So how we can change this one is, so we have an element ref and here we can go to the code, and here in this one we will be injecting another one that is nothing but private renderer, and here we will be using the renderer 2. That's it. So now here instead of using this one, so what we can do it is this dot renderer dot set style. So you will be having methods like this set style, and for which one you want to apply this dot element dot native element. Okay, so you will be using like this, and you need to mention the color and also the red. That's it. So like this is the more easy way. The decorator allows you to bind the DOM properties and listen to the events as a declarative approach. So if you want to apply the DOM property something like that means, so you can use the host binding and all those things also. So summary, what I want to tell you is at the end of this thing, element ref gives you access to the native DOM element in the Angular. It allows for direct DOM manipulation but should be used very carefully. Direct DOM access may be necessary when dealing with third-party libraries, animations, or when fine-tuning visual elements. While powerful, it is better to avoid frequent DOM manipulation, favoring alternatives like renderer 2 for platform safety and security. So this is what I want to explain you about the DOM manipulation by injecting the element ref. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in this video, we will try to learn about the circular dependencies. So how to resolve the circular dependency using the forward ref. Okay, so using the forward ref. So this is resolving the circular dependency. So what is this circular dependency? Circular dependencies normally, so what I will try to tell you is, so circular dependencies occur when two or more classes depend on each other directly or indirectly, creating a situation where Angular cannot resolve the dependencies properly. So the forward ref function is a way to resolve this problem. So for example, if you are having two classes, I will try to tell you understanding this circular dependencies. So how you can understand this one is, so I will try to explain you. In Angular, the order of class declaration matters because one class needs to be defined before it can be referenced by the another class. Circular dependencies happens when, so when it will be dependent is class A depends on the class B and in return class B also depends on class A. So that means both the class A and class B are dependent on each other. These, what I want to tell you is, so this mutual dependency creates a situation where Angular can't instantiate either class because it waits for the other to be defined first. This is known as a circular dependency. So when it wants to define this class A means it needs to get the class B defined. When it wants to class B defined means it needs to wait for the class A defined. So that means mutual dependency is there. So then what is the use of this forwardef then? The forwardef function helps Angular to break this circular dependency. It does this by allowing a class to refer to another class indirectly. Instead of needing the second class immediately, the reference of that class to that class is deferred until it's needed, which gives Angular the time to resolve all the dependencies correctly. So when do you use this forward ref? So that means when do you use this forward ref? You use forward ref in Angular when you encounter circular dependencies, especially when you want one class to refer to another class or itself before the class is defined. One common scenario where this happens is with providers in the Angular dependency injection system. So the common thing. So for example, let's say that I will try to give you some simple example where this thing will happen. So let's say that I will try to take a simple example. Here I will create two components, that is nothing but ng gc list component, and also I will create another component that is nothing but ng gc list item. So these both are dependent to each other. Let's try to see how we can solve this issue. So I will create another one that is nothing but ng gc list item. So I will create this one also. Let's try to create. These are the two components which I will be having, list and also the list item. So let's try to have it here. So these both are created. So what I will try to do, let's go to the app.component.ts file and here in our app.component.html file, and here I will create something like app-list. So okay, this is our new component, and here I will save this one also, and here also I will try to create list component. So let's try to import this list component. So hopefully everything has to work here. Yeah, list works. So we are able to see. So let's go and implement this list component.ts file. So let's have this list component.ts file, and here in our list.component.ts file, so what I will try to do here, it will take an input element. Okay, so here in our input element, so we will be having this input element from item, okay, from list item, and this one is of boolean, and by default I will keep it as a false. Fine, right? And in our list.component.html file, so here I will be using list.component.html file, and here this one is dependent on the list item component. Okay, and now let's go to the HTML file. So let's go to this HTML file. In this one I don't want to use anything, so I will create app-list-item. Okay, and this one should be there when @if not of from list item is there, right? So then only it should be available. So that's it. So this is the code which I will be trying to create. So that means when it is false means then only. So if I don't provide anything, it is false, then we will be showing this list item component. And now let's go to the list item component. So now here I want to implement the list item component. Let's go to the list item component.ts file. Okay, this is our ts file, and here in this one, so what I will try to do it is, so here in our imports, so this one is dependent on the list component. Okay, again, so that means list item is dependent on the list component and list component is dependent on the list item. So both are dependent to each other. And now here what I want to do, so in the list item I don't want to represent anything, so just I will try to change the HTML code only. So here in our HTML code, what I will try to do it is, so let's open this HTML code also, list item component.html file. Yeah, here, and here I will do app-list, but for this time I will try to send from list item is equal to true. So that means I don't want to show it. That's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so you will be able to see a circular dependency. We will be able to see an error. Why? Because cannot read properties of undefined e component get component definition. So that means you are getting an error in such a way that, so both what it is happening here, list component is dependent on the list item, and again the list item component is dependent on the list component. So both are interdependent to each other. So now before the creator of the instance, it is waiting to each other. So for the in this scenario, what we need to do it is, so here in our list item component, so we need to use a forward ref. Okay. So when we use the forward ref, so it will wait until the instance is created. So now here I can create in such a way that forward ref like this. That's it. So now it should be imported. This forward ref should be imported. That's it. Now if you try to see here, now you will be able to see the output. So this is the example of clear-cut example of forward ref. So whenever you are having a circular dependency, so then you need to use the forward ref for that component so that it will be deferred or delayed until that component is created. So this is how we will be using the forward ref. So this is very much useful when you are getting the circular dependencies. So that is one thing. And so I need to tell you that how forward ref works under the hood. So let me try to explain it to you. So here the forward ref function allows Angular to delay the evaluation of a dependency. Essentially, instead of resolving the reference immediately, which would cause the circular dependency, it wraps the reference in a function that will only be called when the dependency is actually needed. Angular knows that it will eventually need to resolve the dependency. By the time Angular tries to resolve the dependency, the reference class like here the list item has already been fully defined. So when to use this forward ref? So you may be having a doubt that when to use this forward ref. So when to use this forward ref is, first one is the self-referencing components. So first one is self-referencing components. If a component or a service needs to reference itself, forward ref can be used to handle the circular reference. And another one is circular provider dependencies. So when you are having a circular provider dependencies, when you have a scenario in where two or more provider services or tokens depend on each other, forward ref will help to break that dependency loop. And another one is, which I want to tell you, is parent-child component relationship. Sometimes parent and child components have a relationship where they both need to be reference each other, which I have explained to you in our previous example. Using forward ref allows them to be declared and instantiated properly without dependency issues. So that is one thing. Common use cases for forward ref. So I want to explain you the common use cases where you will be using this one. The first one is already I told you, right? Parent-child relationship. Components like list item and also the list menu item, where the child depends on the parent and vice versa, you can use forward ref to manage the dependencies. Services, and also another one is services with mutual dependencies. So that one is if you have two services that rely on each other for functionality, means you can use forward ref to resolve them in Angular dependency injection. So now another one is recursive structure. So when you are having a recursive structure, if you are dealing with a tree-like structure like a file system or a mini system where each node can reference both its parent or children, forward ref is useful. So that's it. So now the last one which I want to tell you is drawbacks of this forward ref. So is there any drawbacks of this forward ref? Yes, forward drawbacks are there. Complexity. Using forward ref can make your code harder to understand and maintain because it introduces an additional level of indirection. Overuse. While it's a handy tool, overlaying on the forward ref might indicate that your architecture could be improved to reduce circular dependency in the first place. That's it. That's the thing. So hope you understood about this forward ref concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.